From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whatever the case may be, wherever you are and whatever part of the world you're in, since we covered just about all of it with a program called Coast to Coast AM. Good morning. Good evening, depending on where you are. I'm in the evening place. It's now about 7 minutes after 10 o'clock. 7 after 10, coming up on 7 after 10, Pacific time right now. And I don't know where to begin tonight with the mundane news or we're in this window. We're in the Kreskin window. I guess I might as well begin here, huh? Kreskin, as you know, has made a prediction that there's going to be the biggest UFO sighting of the century, or maybe of a century, I'm not sure, tonight. Now, soon. The window for it began at 9:50 p.m., and as I said, we're at 10:07 and 30 seconds, and that'll tell you how long a delay there is from my voice to your reception, with the delays and such. In fact, let's try that just for fun. If you're watching the clock, you'll be able to tell how much delay time there is. There's a built-in 6 or 7 second delay, and then there's satellite time. For my voice to get to your voice. So we're coming up on 10:08, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark, 10:08. So that'll give you some idea now. He said again that between 9:50 and between midnight, so from now until midnight, there's going to be the biggest UFO sighting in a century, or in this century. There is actually a pretty big difference. And we're in that window. So, if you want to go, here's what I've done. If you want to go to my website, and I hope we don't bring it down. I really hope we don't bring it down. If you want to go to my website, artbell.com, instead of the usual webcam that I've got there, I have a video camera hooked up to a third generation night vision scope. Pretty wild stuff, huh? I've had that for several years. And so I've got it pointed at Las Vegas, and I want to explain to you what you're going to see. It's taking a picture, it's snapping a picture every minute. Now, in between those minutes, should I see something, say, spectacular, whatever, I could snap an instant picture. And I want to explain to you, as you take a look at it, what you're going to see if you want to look. Otherwise, all you're going to see is, and okay, here's the picture. On the far left, you're going to see part of a tree. Then you're going to see 2 telephone poles, vertical telephone poles. And they're lit up quite brightly, of course, because, I don't know why. There's some light on them or whatever, and night vision is extremely sensitive. And then you're going to see a tree on the right. And the area in the middle of that, between the 2 phone poles and the tree, you're going to see kind of a glow. You're going to see a glow. And that glow is Las Vegas, Nevada, 65 miles away from me. So that's the glow you see between the phone poles and the tree. That's Las Vegas, Nevada. You're also probably going to see some stars. There's not that many stars, but you're going to see some stars in the photograph as well. There's many more fruitful areas of the sky. If we wanted to look at stars with night vision, I could do that. But we're seeing a substantial portion of the skies immediately above Las Vegas, Nevada, from Pahrump, Nevada, west of Las Vegas. So should anything really spectacular occur in this time period, I think that I would see it. I'm going to try and keep my eyes on it. It's kind of hypnotic. I'm watching it in real time while you get a snap of it every minute. And that's on my website if you feel like looking. Pretty cool. What I've done is I've reduced the color saturation, which I can do on the computer, and what that does is pull all of the green out of it. Night vision is normally green, and this would be, except I pulled the saturation out so that you have a night vision black and white picture from about 65 miles away. And again, that glow between the 2 phone poles and the tree, that's Las Vegas through a mountain pass. So So we'll see. I mean, from here, we may see nothing. Or, I may be pointed at the wrong place in the sky, but I figured with the prediction the way it is, best bet, point toward Las Vegas. So you've got some ground references. Again, let me give it to you one more time. A tree on the left. Sometimes you'll see a car go by. Don't let that, it's extremely bright. Then there's 2 telephone poles. And then there's a glow, an area, kind of a glowing area between the phone poles and the tree on the right. And that is Las Vegas. That is light from Las Vegas in the night sky here. Otherwise, it is a clear night. You will see some Las Vegas air traffic. And you'll be able to discern that, I'm sure, by the fact that in one picture it's there and the next picture it's there, 1 minute apart, going either towards San Francisco or Seattle or back from. That would be the route that we'd be seeing in this portion of the sky. So I thought, what the hell, we'll put the webcam up, and if anything really wild happens, maybe we'll get a shot of it. I'm prepared to snap one instantly if I see something happening. You know what the problem is, though? I'm going to have to look away. I just realized I've got other things going on, so I can't stare at that screen all the time. In fact, I'm going to have to look away. I have commercials, I have news, I have stuff I have to do, so I can't sit here and stare at it all the time. There's a lot of anticipation out there, I know. In fact, here's kind of a side story for you. Stung by intelligence failures, our president tonight in a speech asked Congress to remake the government with a terrorist-fighting Department of Homeland Security. If it should happen, what the president wants, a new department would inherit 169,000 employees. Oh, my God. That's a lot of employees. And a $37.4 billion budget from the agencies that it would absorb. Now, listen to this. This agency would absorb the Secret Service, the Coast Guard, and the embattled Immigration and Customs Service. Congress welcomed the agency shuffling plan, even as lawmakers intensify their inquiry into lapses before the September 11 attacks. They're having this whistleblower hearing going on right now, and it's pretty they were really questioning this young lass very heavily. She sent in the infamous memo. So that would absorb quite a few agencies. In other words, the Coast Guard, Immigration and Naturalization, Customs. In other words, it'd all be under one banner. That's very interesting. It would be under the banner of, a terrorist something or another. And I wonder the only thing I wonder is whether some of the natural duties that these agencies perform that are important will get somehow changed or absorbed when they become more of a terrorist-fighting agency, or Homeland Security terrorist-fighting agency. I don't know. Interesting. Yasser Arafat ridiculed suggestions that Israel just might exile him because of the unrelenting Palestinian attacks. Said he, expel me? I'll die here, he told reporters during a tour of his damaged headquarters on Thursday. Israeli tanks and giant bulldozers had a way with part of it, the wall there, and it was kind of a wreck. And every time something happens, why they pulled the tanks up to Mr. Arafat's door, sort of. Oh, there goes a car. Now, see, if it happened to snap one during that, you would have seen an extremely bright light that might have fooled you, and that would have been a car headlight. In night vision, they're extremely bright. Well, all right. At least you got a little reference in that photograph, and I hope it stays up. I hope you can see it. Winona Ryder ordered to stand trial on charges alleging she shoplifted some $6,000 worth of merchandise from Saks Fifth Avenue. $6,000, my God! And possessed a drug without a prescription. And then her fans are, I guess, doing some kind of boycott or something. So, wow, that's interesting, isn't it? Now, here's something, I don't know, I'm kind of a fan of World Cup. I went to, my wife and I were in Paris for the last World Cup, and, the French, they play a mean game of soccer, real mean game of soccer, and they're always in the top contenders. They're right on up there. They're either going to win or they're going to be right up there. So it's not so good this year. The French are in danger of becoming the first defending champions eliminated in the opening round of a World Cup since Brazil in 1966. The team followed their stunning 1-0 loss to World Cup newcomer Senegal. Ooh, that's embarrassing, huh? By trying Uruguay, tying them 0-0 on Thursday, leaving them on the verge of elimination. The French eliminated? Oh, my God. Could it really happen? Would anybody really care? All right, in a moment, we'll come back now. I should tell you that I have sources. I understand there's a large, I want to hear from somebody in this hour. Bob Lazar is coming up next hour. I want to hear from somebody out with the crowd right now, and I want to hear how big this crowd is and where they are and that kind of stuff. So everybody else, just don't call right now. I know that there's a lot of people with Kreskin or wherever it is. I want to have a description of where you are. So everybody else hang up, please. Only if you have a cell phone and you are with the Kreskin crowd should you call this radio program right now. That's all I'm going to take, with the exception of one call here. Otherwise, you had better be with the crowd when you call. Because I really want to hear what's going on, and I want to bring it to the nation as best I can, and the best way I can do that is to use you all as reporters, right? So that's the deal. Everybody else, I don't care what you have to say, hang up, because we want to hear what's going on. Anyway, I want to hear what's going on. So that means you have to listen to what's going on, I guess. The numbers that you can use, first-time caller line, 775-727-1222. 1222. That's 775-727-1222, or the wildcard lines at 775, the area code, 727-1295, and the east and west of the Rockies lines. You can use those too. But unless you are with the crowd, unless you are with the Kreskin crowd, do not, repeat, do not call. Because along with the photograph that I've got every minute on the webcam, obviously, I want to know what's going on out there and where everybody is and all that kind of thing. So with all that in mind, I'll talk a little more about the whole Kreskin prediction in a second. We've been getting calls here nonstop about the thing, so I'll tell you more about it in a moment. All right. Here we are, coming up on 10:23 Pacific time right now, and once again, Kreskin has made a prediction, and we are in that window right now, for what it's worth. What I said last night, I'm going to repeat again tonight, for those of you who don't know what I think about this. I've said what I think, and I'll say it again. I can't figure out what the upshot of this is for Kreskin. I can't figure it out. If he'd made a prediction for a year or 2 years, then you could see how, you're going to get your publicity value out of it. And, but to predict something so close term, he predicted it for tonight within the week. That makes me wonder. He's put up $50,000 if he's wrong about this UFO prediction that says 3 or 4 craft are going to be seen by people in Las Vegas who are with Kreskin and out in the desert, and I'm out in the desert. I just saw a very neat falling star, and I'm sitting here looking at the lights of Las Vegas, as you can be if you wish. In the meantime, we are going to try and take calls, with the exception of this one coming up, only from people who are out there with the Kreskin crowd. And I know you've got cell phones and cameras, and it's probably like Independence Day, right? Shouting for the aliens. Hurry up and come in, and we welcome you, and all the rest of it. I can't figure out the psychology of what Kreskin has done. I just, for the life of me, cannot figure it out. Because the downside seems too great for whatever immediate publicity value you get. If it doesn't happen, the downside, people are coming from Australia, right? The downside of this is that it'd be angry people, I suppose, if nothing happened. And then again, I'm going to qualify this by saying a lot of my audience is out there. I know that, and they know what they're doing. They know what a satellite looks like. crossing the sky. They know what an airplane looks like. They know what navigation lights look like. They know what the space shuttle, should it come over, would look like. All of that. So, the majority of the crowd's going to be able to delineate between an event of that sort and the event, the kind of event that Kreskin is talking about. So I've really thought hard about this. I can't figure out what he's doing, why he's doing it. Seems the immediate downside's pretty heavy if he's wrong, and, we've got, an hour and 35 minutes or so to find out whether he's right or wrong. The president gave a speech tonight, and I started to, that I just told you about the combining of the agencies, and I just started, I took a few calls during the news at the top of the hour, and one of them said the same thing that several of my emails said. So I thought I would bring this gentleman on, and there you are, sir, you're on. So during the president's speech, which I did not see, about the combining of the agencies and Homeland Security and all the rest of it, you're claiming you saw a UFO. Yeah,
I don't know if it started during the middle of the speech, but behind his sort of right shoulder, coming out from behind his head was sort of a white glowing sphere, and it kept sort of changing shape, as UFOs are known to do. And when I replayed the tape, because I recorded it, as soon as my wife and I saw that, I just, my jaw dropped.
All right. Okay, so you've got this on tape. I don't suppose you're not a computer geek, are you?
No, I'm not.
Damn. You see, you can actually do a snap of that and send us a photograph. So somebody out there will have taped the president, or will get it and do a snap for us and send it to us, and we'll get a picture of it up there. How about that?
Yeah, that's great. There was actually two, though. The one of them, there was the big one that was on the sort of right side of his ear, but one shot up from behind the trees, and it just sort of flickered in and off and went past the other one. And I couldn't figure out what else it was. I didn't think it was a reflecting light.
Okay, well, look, it's well recorded with downtown professional video equipment that'll be shooting the president. So I guarantee we will come up with a photograph of it, sir, and we'll all take a look-see, huh?
Sounds like a case for Richard Hoagland.
Well, I don't know. Richard would say no. I don't deal in that stuff.
Well,
I appreciate your call, though, sir. Thank you. So there might have been something seen behind the president. I received a bunch of emails on that, and then, of course, this call. All right, now I'm going to say this again. Only those of you out there with Kreskin need call right now. That's all. Only if you're out there with Kreskin. Everybody else hang up so we can find out what's going on. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi there.
I'm out here at the Kreskin deal.
Okay, you are out there.
Yes, I am.
All right.
And it's over.
What do you mean it's over?
Some people saw some things, and most of us didn't see anything.
Well, then how do you know it's over?
Well, everybody's going home. Kreskin turned off the lights and shut down the microphone system.
Whoa. Did Kreskin say it was over?
Yes, Kreskin said it was over.
You're kidding.
No. And also, you're not going to believe who I was standing behind.
Who?
Dannion Brinkley.
Dannion was there?
Yes.
Did Dannion see anything?
As soon as everybody started, well, not everybody, as soon as 5 or 10 people started seeing things.
Yeah.
Dannion said, he was with 2 girls, and he said, well, we can gather the kids and go home now.
That's Dannion, all right.
And he said, the girls were saying, well, what do you think's going on? And he said, well, they're seeing what they need to see.
Yeah. Well, how many people do you think were out there?
I would say probably about 1,000.
1,000 people?
Yeah.
And how many people do you think started screaming they saw something?
About 11 or 12.
Listen,
well, and you know what?
Listen, hold on, sir, all right?
All right.
All right, hold on. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast.
Get a shiver in the dark. It's raining in the park, but meantime. Sound of the river, you stop and you hold everything. A band is blowing Dixie, double fall time. You feel alright when you hear the music ring.
Well, all right, there, you just heard what Ramona saw. She was outside, and I wasn't looking at the webcam at that time, so I don't know if it caught any of it. But, look, we're going to continue for the next few minutes anyway to take calls only from people who are out there, in the Kreskin area or were with the Kreskin group. It's now said that it's over. Let me bring this caller back on. You're back on now. Hello?
Hi, this is Joel in Vegas.
Yeah, hey there. So, anyway, it's over.
It's over.
And what would you say the majority of the people thought?
They thought that, we did see some low-flying airplanes go over.
Kind of like my wife just described?
Yes, of course, we're right here by the airport.
Yeah.
And that was the consensus,
that it was airplanes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move on and try to get some more, witnesses like yourself, and try to get a sense of.
The only people that saw it were the people that were in the show before he went out there. So it was like a hypnosis deal.
Okay. I appreciate the call. Were you in the show?
No, I wasn't in the show.
Well, then I don't know how you can know that it was a hypnosis deal. But that's interesting. Very interesting. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. I take it you're in Las Vegas?
That's correct.
Okay. So what do you have to tell me?
Well, I was in the show, and of the 500 people in the showroom, he dismissed about 200 and kept 300, pulled them down to the front of the stage, and did a little extra with us. I don't really think it was hypnosis. We walked in about a quarter of a mile.
Okay, let me stop you. You say he dismissed a couple hundred from the audience, kept about 300, and did what?
He actually, I don't think I would call it hypnosis. I wouldn't call it a trance. I wouldn't even call it a suggestion. But he did some of the close your eyes and hold your arm out in front of you, straight, rigid, and now you're unable to put it down and visualize a circle in your palm. It's standard mentalist. Kreskin is a fabulous mentalist.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with seeing UFOs?
Nothing at all.
Nothing. Okay, so you went out with the group, right?
Yes.
And it was estimated there were 1,000 people there by another caller. Is that?
I would say 400 to 500. I did not see 1,000.
All right, 400 or 500.
And he dismissed the crowd at 10:20. I mean, 20 minutes after the hour.
So then it sounds like what my wife saw would have been about the right time, about 10:15.
She actually got a better show than we did.
Really?
So there were maybe.
So now, I mean, what did Kreskin say for himself when he said it's over?
That was it. He just said that is the conclusion. Everyone is dismissed, and good night. He made no explanation for what was seen or was not seen. The crowd was understandably not very excited because, I mean, after all, we are in the flight path. We're right under the McCarran flight path.
Yeah, I know. So then, as you point out, I
personally saw nothing.
Then, as you point out, my wife apparently had a better view of it than y'all did.
I believe she did. I personally saw nothing.
Of these 4 airplanes.
Correct.
Oh,
I
wow.
personally saw nothing.
4 airplanes. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And you personally saw nothing. Okay. Well, just based on what I'm hearing here, it sure sounds like a miss to me. But, we're yet to hear from, well, let's just keep moving. Hello there. Are you out there with the Kreskin crowd?
Yes.
Okay. You're on a cell phone too, huh?
Yes.
A hummy one too. What's your first name?
Tia.
Tia. Okay, Tia. So what's the deal?
Well, everyone's saying that they didn't see anything, but I definitely saw something.
What do you see?
I definitely saw a couple ships.
You saw a couple of ships?
I did. I mean, they were saying they saw a lot of low-flying airplanes, which we did see. We did. But I saw them. They were very obvious to me.
Mm-hmm. Were you one of the 300 people that Kreskin kept after his show?
No.
No?
But I was in the show. Yeah, I was in the they're saying the hypnosis thing?
Yeah.
I was in that, yes.
Oh, you were in that?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Bless your heart, and thank you very much for the call. So she was in that select group. But says she saw something. Are you out there with the Kreskin crowd?
No, I'm in North Las Vegas.
North Las Vegas, yes?
Yes, sir. My daughter and I were looking at a cigar-shaped object that's directly overhead just about. And it's brightly lit.
Is that going on right now?
Yes, right now we're both sitting here looking at it, and there's like a smaller object that seems to be moving back and forth away from it.
Huh.
It's weird, but it's nowhere near downtown.
Yeah, I hear you. Kreskin said it's already over.
Yeah, we were listening to that on the show, so I don't think this has anything to do with that, but this is definitely not a star. Or
something different.
It's a cigar.
All right, well, let's see if we get more reports of it.
Yeah, this is in North Las Vegas.
All right. Thank you very much, sir, for the report, and take care. You know, there's going to be a lot of sightings of a lot of things. I mean, there were a lot of people out, of course, just, watching. And, when you pay attention to the sky, you see things that some of them are hard to explain. Just comes from looking. People don't usually look at the sky. But I'm still saying, I think, from what I'm hearing so far, this doesn't sound like much to me. Doesn't sound like a hit to me. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art, this is Ginger. I'm out at the site.
Hey, Ginger.
Yeah.
So let's.
I was one of the ones that was hypnotized.
Oh.
Or whatever you call it.
Okay.
I don't know if he was giving suggestions and stuff.
Yeah.
And I thought, I'm very suggestible. I thought I'd see something.
Right.
And we saw planes.
Planes.
But it was a great scene. There was lots of people. They're selling beer and water and.
Beer and water.
That's for free. I got a free Kreskin book. Free Kreskin pictures were passed out by the radio station.
Yes, dear. But the critical thing is, you didn't see a damn thing, huh?
Not really.
And
but
what was it like when Kreskin stood up there and said, "It's over"?
I didn't hear that.
Oh, you didn't?
We didn't hear that. His mic wasn't very loud.
I see.
But when we were in the little room there and he was telling us what was going to happen, we were going to see something, we were going to get a message. He says, when I drop the handkerchiefs, then you're going to, that's when it's going to start happening.
Yeah. And
just remember what you saw and tell everybody.
And so he went out there and he dropped a handkerchief.
Dropped a handkerchief twice.
Twice?
And then, we're seeing planes and people going, isn't that the flight path? Oh, yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah, flight path. Okay. That's yes, go ahead.
There's one other thing that I can't figure out is he said it was from 9:50 till midnight.
That's right.
Why did he leave at 10:15?
Well, because he said it was all over.
Yeah.
One of our callers said he said it was all over.
Right. But he's the one that said till midnight, so you would think he would hang. It's like, what up?
Yeah. You're right. That's a very good point, and I appreciate your making it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right. I don't know. It sounds like a bus to me. It sounds like they were airplanes, and it sounds like they're exactly the same thing my wife saw coming from this side, as she pointed out, in the San Francisco flight path, and that there were 4 of them, and but they were definitely airplanes. So there's obviously going to be local television coverage and that sort of thing, and we'll see how they report it. But based on talking with those of you that were on the scene so far, it looks like phooey to me. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello. Hello there. No, you're not. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, is this our Bill show?
Yes, it is. Where are you?
I'm in Vegas.
Okay. Were you at this affair?
Yes.
And what, pray tell, did you see?
I thought I saw something, but it flashed across the sky so fast that I couldn't really tell what it was. It was some kind of light. But
were you in with the crowd that?
Yeah.
You were
one of the crowd that supposedly was hypnotized or whatever you want to call it.
I see. Did you see all this when the handkerchief fell?
Shortly after, yeah.
Shortly after. All right. I appreciate the testimony. Thank you. I think we're getting a picture here, huh? Just talking to people is the best way to get a picture of what happened. You beginning to get a picture of what happened out there? I am. I certainly am. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, turn your radio off. That's
okay,
the first
turn the radio off. Hurry up. Hurry.
Yeah, turn the radio
Hurry.
off. Hurry to turn that radio off. Now they've still got it on.
I know. We're turning it off. Is that better?
Yes, thank you. All right, so I take it you're out with, what was the crowd?
Yeah, actually, we're out at Blue Diamond and Industrial.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And a lot of people showed up. I would say, they had police control, everything out here.
Uh-huh.
The only thing that I've seen, which was on a satellite pattern, however, the only thing that I saw was a very green light, but it took the same pattern as a satellite, but it was very bright green.
Did it move across the sky at a regular rate?
No, it was much slower than a plane, but much, and it was actually slower than a satellite too.
Okay, well, what was promised? Look, what was promised was 3 or 4 craft, and the biggest sighting of the century, and I don't think we got that. Do you?
No, I'm waiting. But you know what? He said till midnight. I'm not really sure if he left or what the deal is with that because I'm not privy to that.
I've got callers telling me he left. Now we'll play it on the safe side and wait till midnight. But he said, Kreskin apparently said it's over.
You know what? I'm not privy to that conversation. However, I am out here, and there are literally hundreds of people still out here. Probably, maybe even 1,000 people still out here. A lot of people have left, but there's still a lot of people out here.
Uh-huh.
So I'm waiting to see what's going to go on.
What's going to happen?
Yeah, I want to see something.
I understand, and I understand that was a motivation for a lot of people. So you're actually at a different location. Blue Diamond. It's kind of dark out toward Blue Diamond, away from the city a little bit, and not as dark as we have it over here, but it's darker. And
it's very dark here.
And so you're telling me at that location there's like 1,000 people, huh?
Oh yeah, easily.
So
we're about 50 yards away from where they had all the big lights in the sky.
Yeah.
You know, they had like they had the big lights on. They turned the lights off at 10 o'clock, and and the news stations were out here, and so they're still here. Everybody's still here. A lot of people have left, but there are a lot of people still here.
All right. Well, okay. The word is that Kreskin, just so you know, apparently, according to my other caller, said it's over. It's over.
Well, it ain't over for me, honey. I'm staying till midnight.
You hang in there. You hang in there. I'll see you later. All right. Good. She's going to stay till midnight. Fine. And there is a plane crawling across right now, bright plane. I'm watching the skies above Las Vegas, and there's a pretty bright plane that's crossing right now. That's a night vision camera I've got on, and again, you're seeing on the left 2 telephone poles. Then you're seeing a little glow in the sky. That's Las Vegas, and then the tree on the right. Those are closer. I'd say those about a half mile away, and then you're seeing a big piece of the sky of Las Vegas on my webcam. Now, Ramona did see the apparent airplanes. That's what more people not are calling what was seen. And that's what it was. This is going to be in bus territory, I think. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello. Hello.
Hi, Art. It's Kate from Out There TV.
Hi, Kate.
Hi. I just had an opportunity to interview Mr. Kreskin about what he just did.
Yes.
Would you like me to play it for you? I have it on tape. You should be able to hear it. I'll play just a bit, and if you can hear it, do you want me to let it go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
For KPVM Channel 41 in Toronto, Nevada, the rock marked out.
Well, there's many exciting.
Many, and I'm afraid I didn't see one, and I'm a believer.
Did you get that part?
Yeah, I heard that.
I'll continue.
So did you really see something?
Saw it in your mind.
Oh.
And actually, what we were doing, were you at the...
I was there.
Where I said that I was showing a technique that could be used by enemies. It had nothing to do with physical, it had to do with human.
So does it make you feel bad at all that a lady just spent $600 to come down here from Seattle, Washington on her own money?
I didn't tell her to do that.
No, but you made the people believe that it would be able to be seen anywhere in Southern Nevada.
No, I did not.
I heard you say that, sir. I was there Monday night.
How's that?
Okay, I heard all that. So, listen, I've taken a whole bunch of calls, and so far, some people said they saw airplanes. My own wife saw airplanes from this side of the hill. That was it, though. You
that's
saw,
all I saw.
Yeah, that's all you saw is airplanes.
But we did have somebody who was in our group, and she does claim to see it, and we're going to have her talk about it on Out There tomorrow or Sunday night. But none of us saw it, and there were like 30 of us together.
So
And there's nobody left there now.
Would you say the general consensus was that it was a bust?
It was a bust. It was a hoax. It was a cheap trick.
Well, all right.
Okay.
Thanks for your call. There you go. That's an opinion. And what I wanted to do tonight was to get on here and to give you a sense of what was going on, and I think you've got it. I'll try one more here. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi. I wasn't part of the Kreskin crowd, but
Yes.
I do have something to tell you.
Well, where are you? First of all, in Los.
Well, me and my girlfriend were.
No, dear, stop. Where are you?
Right now?
Yes, in what city?
Oh, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay.
We're out here right now. We're sitting out here in the middle of the desert. Well, we'd taken our horses and we were going up to Potosi so that we could see this phenomenon.
Right.
And we didn't make it because my truck broke down, and we had to break down up at Red Rock. And this was about 8:40 tonight. Here we are, didn't make it, and we saw something up at Red Rock. It was an amber, and it blew out four different times.
Hon, I saw that too. Those were 4 flares, and I saw them go up myself. Those were flares.
Okay, well, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I knew I saw something.
Yeah, I saw 4 flares over Potosi at different positions over Potosi, and you could tell they were flares because they went up, and they were orange, and then they faded right out the way flares do.
This was over by Red Rock?
Well, you would have seen it from that direction, but I saw it from this direction. It was actually over Potosi, and you could see it was clearly flares. And if you think about it, how they went up, you could see them going up, then they flared up at the top, and then they faded away. Those were flares.
Okay. Well, you know what? I've never seen anything like that before, and it was pretty intriguing. Thank you.
Okay, you're very welcome. Now, those were 4 flares, and I saw those because I was out setting up the webcam at that time, and I said, "Oh man, look at that, flares!" And I called my wife out, and she saw one of them too. Those were 4 flares that somebody fired. But you know, if somebody wanted us to think those were UFOs, they out their mind. Those were absolutely flares. All right. So Kreskin's saying it's all over. I think that I gave you a pretty good picture, I hope I did, of what's going on out there tonight, just over the hill from me. Coming up next, and in a way I'm thanking Kreskin for declaring this over, and we'll just leave it. I think you've got good impressions of what happened. We'll just leave it right there because we have a hell of an interview to do. This is the real McCoy. Coming up, Bob Lazar. Now, this is a physicist who worked at Area 51. So I'm kind of glad the other story is clear of us now and that you understand, just as I do, everything we just heard in this last hour. However, coming up, what's coming up next? You've never heard Bob Lazar's story. You are really in for a treat. He worked with alien craft at Area 51, S4 actually. And he's got new information. If you've heard the story before, he says new information tonight. All of that should be coming up next. I'm Art Bell. In the mid-1980s, a fascinating story emerged. A man claiming to have worked out at a test site designated S4, which is part of the Groom Lake test site, came forward to tell his remarkable story to local Las Vegas news anchor George Knapp. I'll bet you George Knapp was out there at the Kreskin affair tonight with cameras. The man was Robert S. Lazar. Bob never claimed to have made contact with, worked with, or has ever seen any aliens at S4. But he did claim to have worked on a revolutionary propulsion system, seen saucer-shaped craft in a hangar built into the side of the mountain, and had witnessed live trials of a man flying disc. His story made headlines around the world, brought hundreds of thousands of people to the desert, spawned a multi-million-dollar publishing and merchandising circus, and shook up a country to the core of its beliefs. It is worth noting that for nearly 15 years now, Bob Lazar has never tried to embellish his story, change it, and neither the U.S. military nor the government has ever denied any of it to be true. Bob Lazar, the man behind the legend of Area 51, as the center of a massive U.S. government cover-up surrounding cracked alien spacecraft, has recently signed a deal with UK-based Blue Book Films to finally bring his unique story to the screen. And this is a man who does not do interviews. He's even worse than I am. I mean, he's very shy, probably somewhat reclusive. I get accused of being reclusive a lot, and I am. And I guess Bob is too. Bob, are you reclusive?
I guess you could say that.
Yeah. You hardly ever do any interviews. I had one or two with you over many years, and that's been about it. I mean, you have not given that many, have you?
No, actually, I really hate doing interviews, and
I understand.
Well, you know.
I do know, and I hate them too, and I refuse almost all of them. Every now and then I'll do one. I don't know why, but I hate them, and I especially hate television.
No, I agree.
However, your story is really important. It's so important, they're now going to finally do a movie about it. How do you feel about them doing a movie about you?
Well, you know, this is the third try. Initially, Columbia Pictures wanted to do a movie some years back, and they hired a writer and spent somewhere around $400,000 to pay this guy to write the story.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, that's a tremendous amount of money.
That is.
And, you know, essentially, it's just a chronological list of events that you're going to have to form into a movie. However, writers want to get creative.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And, you know, this guy turned it into a James Bond story. There were actual scenes of the guy playing Bob Lazar running on the tops of cars that were parked on Las Vegas Boulevard, and the silhouette of the erupting volcano in the background, and they had robots holding me underground trying to drown me to stop me from talking. I mean, some real ridiculous stuff. And, you know, my point is, if you're going to go make up a story about flying saucers, don't bother using my name. Just go ahead and make up a story. But if it's going to be accurate to the facts, then it has to be accurate to the facts. I understand there has to be a little glitter put in it somewhere to make the story flow, or whatever makes Hollywood happy.
Yeah, but that's too much glitter, though.
Oh, you've got to stick to the facts and make it at least somewhat factual.
So what, you got a chance to read this and said, I'm sorry, I'm not associating with this, or what?
Well, they never give you right of refusal to the script. You're dealing with a movie company, and I'm sure you know that.
So then you go, oh my God, what have they done to me?
Exactly. But the only thing you can really do is just say, you know, hey, I'm not going to support it, because they essentially force you to go do other interviews on TV and whatnot, and, you know, they're going to sit you down, and the first thing you're going to say, well, is this an actual account of your life? And you're going to have to say no.
Yeah.
And, you know, there goes the movie. So
the thing is, though, that the real story itself is so compelling, or have we gone so far into the world of science fiction that, as compelling as your story is, and it's an incredible story, it's not enough for the screen without embellishment?
Maybe not. There's no explosions. There's no shootouts with aliens. You know, it's just an account of events that, you know, happened at a secret installation out in Nevada. And the exact same thing happened with New Line, who bought it from Columbia. They tried it. They tried to not produce the film, but first they tried to get it written and get it into production. And they hired another writer. And one of the first things I said was, make sure you get a guy that's familiar with science to some degree, because it's a technical film.
Right.
And the first day I met this guy, they flew him down. He said, now, what are these things called atoms again?
Oh, no, really?
This is a terrible start.
Yeah.
And anyway.
So now, what about this? Okay, so what about this new company, Blue Book, that's got it now? What's the promise?
Well, supposedly, and from everything so far that I've heard, sounds like they're going to follow an actual account of the events that happened.
Of your story.
Yeah, which is great. You know, that's fine. I've got no problems with that at all. And they're really not going to embellish anything. They're not going to say anything that didn't happen. And what more could you ask for?
Okay, let's get the real story. Bob, you're a physicist, correct?
Mm-hmm. Well, I was at one time. Right now, I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, I know. Take me back to way before S4 and before Area 51 and all the rest of it, and just tell me something about yourself. I mean, how did you get interested in the things you're interested in that eventuated in your getting that job? How did you get to be who you are?
Well, I wonder how far I should go back. I guess at one point, I had moved to New Mexico in the early 80s, and that was to take on a job with Los Alamos National Lab.
What kind of work?
Well, that was physics. That was with at the Los Alamos Mason Physics Facility, which now has a different name.
Okay.
It's been quite a while ago. But at the time, we were running experiments on their linear accelerator there, and really looking into the basic makeup of matter.
That's pretty exciting. That's pretty exciting work, period.
Oh, it was fantastic. It was a lot of fun working there. A very strange town to live in, but I enjoyed it quite a bit.
How long were you with them, with Los Alamos?
Los Alamos, I believe I was there only a couple years before I realized that I could make a lot more money on my own just operating as a contractor and consulting for the lab as opposed to working for them.
Mm-hmm. That happens a lot.
Oh, and it was certainly worth doing. So I left the lab and at that time started Lazar Energy Systems. And we developed, designed, and repaired radiation detection equipment.
Radiation detection equipment?
Mm-hmm. Specifically alpha radiation detection, which is the type of particles given off by plutonium, and Los Alamos making bombs and that sort of thing has a lot of plutonium laying around, so they want to be able to detect even minute particles that may cling to clothing, so on and so forth.
So in other words, this was a sort of a protective detective device.
Right.
For human beings.
They essentially frisk you with it when you leave. It also scans the floors and cars as they leave, too.
Was that a pretty good business to be in?
It was fantastic.
Huh.
It was absolutely fantastic at the time. And we were awarded a government contract about 4 years in a row, and things were great. Well, I did still go down to the lab a lot because I knew people there, and one day there was a local Los Alamos newspaper called The Monitor.
Right.
And, at the time I was building all kinds of strange projects and was really into building things with jet engines in them, and built
really
race cars, and I even built a little Honda passenger car that had a jet engine in it.
Jet engine in a car. How does that work, Bob? How does a jet engine in a car work? I mean, there's this famous myth of the guy who plowed himself into a mountain with some jets. I mean, how does a jet
That was a JATO rocket.
That JATO rocket, that's right. Yeah,
it's a famous urban legend.
It is. But in real life, how in God's name do you...
In real life, this was, I think it was, I don't remember the year, 1980, something or other Honda Civic, which had the engine up front.
Right.
And in the back I installed a jet engine. So you could drive the car around normally, and then push a lever and the license plate would open up, exposing the nozzle to the jet. You could fire that up and take off at high speed. And they had put that on, I think it's the June 82 front page of the Monitor newspaper. And
what kind of jet engine was that? Do you recall?
It's a pressure jet engine, which is kind of it's a jet engine with no moving parts at all.
Right.
And if you know how jet engines, turbojet engines, and the like work,
I do.
Generally, that's real confusing because you need some moving parts in there to make things go.
That's right.
And it's not a ramjet, and ramjets need to be moving at extremely high speed before they can produce thrust. But this is kind of a strange hybrid, and it produces thrust statically without it moving.
That's really cool. How much thrust, do you know?
That was about 2,000 pounds.
2,000
for a 1,600-pound car, that was...
Yeah, So in other words, you're already moving at 50, 60 miles an hour when you let go?
Yeah, exactly.
And then what?
Well, and then you better hold on.
Yeah, well, how fast? I mean, it takes you from 60 to what?
212 was the fastest we ever had that car going.
212 miles an hour?
Yeah.
You out your mind. Where were you driving these things?
The high-speed run was done at El Mirage Dry Lake in California. And the car was pretty much retired after that because it was a unibody construction, and the whole car started pretty much bending from all the forces.
What?
But, I mean, the only reason I brought up the whole jet car thing was that...
you were the driver, right?
Right.
Did you have a death wish?
No, that kind of stuff isn't dangerous if you know what you're doing.
Well, I mean, for example, the car had shaken apart during, maximum thrust.
Yeah, but it didn't.
Well, right, it didn't, but it bent itself up pretty well, huh?
Yeah, that was kind of expected.
I know that you have a car that I remember when we interviewed before. You had built a car that runs on hydrogen, also, right?
Yeah, that was a 1978 Trans Am, and in fact, I entered that in an alternate fuels contest, which was a race at that time from Woodland Hills to California to Kitt Peak, Arizona, and it drove nonstop there on one tank of fuel.
Well, that's interesting because that's a long time ago, and now all of a sudden President Bush is saying we are going to begin moving toward a hydrogen economy.
Well, we should. I mean, it's the perfect fuel. In fact, I was just talking to my girlfriend the other day saying I think I'm going to go ahead and convert our existing car over.
Really?
And I kind of miss making my own fuel. I mean, it's essentially free.
Okay, but here's the question, and I talked to a lot of people about this, Bob. Right now, I think the oil companies imagine hydrogen is fine because, they'll use fossil fuels to put the hydrogen, to create the hydrogen, get it in the cells. You still have to use energy to make energy, right?
However, there are other ways. Now, of course, the oil companies and the gas companies want you to crack hydrogen from methane or some other hydrocarbon fuel.
Absolutely.
And that's ridiculous. You're defeating the whole purpose of using hydrogen. Water is H2O.
Yeah.
Now, every school kid knows you take a glass of water, add just a drop of salt in there to get the ions moving around, and take a 12-volt battery and put the positive and negative leads in there. You see one lead let off a little bit of bubbles, and the other lead lets off twice as much bubbles. Well, the lead with twice as much bubbles is the H2, and the O2 is coming off the other one. So just running a little electricity through water gives you a flammable gas.
And
that's the way to make hydrogen.
Okay. So, other than the creation of the voltage to do that,
Well, the way I had done it before was I had a fairly large solar array. And what that did was during the day, it took and cracked the using an electrolysis setup,
right,
which is what I just described, cracked the hydrogen out of water, and during the night, it was pressurized using the available water pressure into the hydrogen tanks, which contained an iron titanium hydride. It's kind of a granular substance that absorbs hydrogen like a sponge soaks up water, as opposed to just compressing a tank with hydrogen, which is a dangerous...
I was about to ask you, in this process, is there a danger?
No, once it's chemically stored in the hydride, you can shoot incendiary bullets at the tank, and it just does nothing but smolder.
But the gas itself could be dangerous.
Yeah, but the tank only produces as much gas as the car needs at the time.
Gotcha.
The way the setup that I came up with is that the car radiator fluid heats an outer jacket on the tank, and when the hydride heats up, it evolves hydrogen and it gets into the carburetor. So there's never more than the volume of hydrogen that fits in the tube from the tank to the carburetor or fuel injection system. So it was a very safe system.
All right. What about the car itself? The performance of the car compared to a piston engine. What was the performance like?
We're talking about the hydrogen car or the jet?
Oh, no, the jet. I can imagine that. No, the hydrogen car.
The hydrogen car. It is a piston car, and the beauty of the system is you can convert any existing piston car to run on hydrogen.
Yes, but
you just need to retard the timing because hydrogen burns so much faster. The flame front just flashes through the cylinders and it'll cause detonation or knocking. But with a couple minor modifications, any car can run on it. And you do lose a little horsepower because there's a difference between spraying a flammable gas in there as opposed to having, a liquid hydrocarbon with all that carbon energy in there.
Well, when you say a little, how much real difference in performance?
Well, I lost a significant amount in the Trans Am, and probably I believe the car was 220 horsepower, and I think I was down to about 150 running on hydrogen.
Oh, but still usable then.
Oh, yeah, you weren't following electric cars by any means.
Well, that's pretty good. That's damn good, actually. So why not do that now to all cars?
I am. I'm going to convert my car over, but
you already told your wife is okay with this, right?
Right.
Bob, hold on a sec. We're at the bottom of the hour. I'm Art Bell, and you're listening to Coast AM. My guest is Bob Lazar.
I've been where the eagle flies, rode his wings across autumn skies, kissed the sun, touched the moon, but he left me much too soon. His ladybird, he left his ladybird.
Ladybird, come on down, I'm here waiting on the ground. Ladybird, I'll treat you good, ah, ladybird, I wish you would.
Once again, here is Bob Lazar, and it's good that you've told us some of this, Bob. It gives kind of everybody a background for, what kind of guy you are and what you've been doing, and sounds like you've been having a hell of a lot of fun, actually. I mean, putting a jet in a car, that's got to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was. It's a crazy thing to do. But,
and a lot of people, if you ever, do you have a website?
Well, there's a website about me that's not mine. My website is is UnitedNuclear.com, which is scientific supplies and whatnot that we sell.
Somebody was hoping you'd post the process for the creation of hydrogen on some website somewhere or something. Well, they'll have to dig back in the archives and listen. All right, so now, how did you get involved, if you can remember the first moment or the first contact that anybody made with you regarding Area 51 and S4 and all that stuff over here?
Well, this is the reason why I brought up the jet car initially. That day, in June 82, the front page of the Los Alamos Monitor newspaper had a picture of me and the jet car on it. And on the flip side of the front page, there's an announcement there that Edward Teller, father of the hydrogen bomb, was going to be giving a lecture down at one of the lecture halls at the lab. And I was anxious to hear the lecture, so thinking there were going to be lots of people there, I got there really early, because at the time I was still working for the lab.
Right.
Or was it? Now I'm trying to remember.
Boy,
I was still working for it. But in either case, I got to the lecture hall real early. And as it turned out, there was nobody there, and now I'm kind of waiting around. About 15 minutes goes by, and I see Ed Teller sitting on a little wall outside the hall reading the front page of the newspaper,
really?
Which I thought was a perfect segue for me to introduce myself because, he's sitting there reading about me, and I always wanted to meet the guy.
Of course.
And so I went to introduce myself, and, we talked for a bit, and actually the lecture got delayed a little bit, so we had walked around, and I got to talk to the guy.
What was he like, out of curiosity? I mean, how did he strike?
He's a very stubborn guy.
Stubborn?
Yeah, and it's a feeling you get speaking to most of the older scientists and physicists at almost every lab I've seen. You can't present them with anything new that they didn't think of first.
Yeah.
They're scientists. They're supposed to be open-minded and explore new ideas and things, but there is nobody as closed-minded, as a scientist or physicist that's been in the business, for over a decade.
Can you remember the conversation that made you form that opinion?
No, this is an opinion not just based on him, but based on the other scientists and physicists that I've worked with. I mean, they all act exactly the same.
Oh, and you caught the same drift from him.
Yeah, identical. And anyway, I got to see the lecture, and time passed. And actually, as time went on, I moved out of Los Alamos and moved to Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
And after some time there, involved in other businesses, I kind of missed being back in the mainstream science field, and started sending out resumes. EG&G, and I wonder who else was around there at the time. But
people might not know, EG&G is, I think they're a contractor for Area 51, for the test site.
For the test site,
yeah,
right. And they're EG&G Measurements. In fact, those are the guys that, in fact, Edinger, who's the E in EG&G, is the guy, I think, that invented the xenon flash bulb, or high-speed flash photography, something like that. Okay. Because EG&G started out as the company that came up with a way to photograph the atomic tests, which was really difficult. And
it's
anyway,
big flash, be very hard to photograph.
Yeah, very high speed, and they wanted to actually see the fireball expanding as it cracks the case and moves apart, and you're talking over 1 million frames a second.
Wow! And
they came up with some fantastic cameras. In fact, I was just told the other day by a movie studio executive that all those old cameras found their way into most of the motion picture companies now, and they use them for special effects. All those atomic bomb cameras.
Yeah, we got a lot of scientific advance from defense, if you wish to call it that, and the defense industry. Of course, they develop the latest stuff, I guess, so that's not a surprise. So you applied to EG&G.
I'd sent a resume to everywhere that was in driving distance. Now, there wasn't a whole lot in Las Vegas, but, I gave it a shot. And what I also did was I sent one to Dr. Teller, who was at Livermore at that time.
Hoping he'd remember you, I'm sure.
Right, and I referenced our meeting and so on and so forth. And, if any suggestions, just pass them along. And I believe it wasn't too long after that that I got a call from EG&G.
Really?
Now, at that time, EG&G was located at McCarran Airport.
Okay.
It was EG&G Special Projects, and for the people who lived in Las Vegas a long time, they remember that. They've since moved it behind the fence at Nellis Air Force Base.
Okay. And they said to you what?
They told me to come down for an interview. I did, and apparently this was under the recommendation of Dr. Teller, which was fantastic.
Of course.
And
did you know that, by the way, at the time?
I think I found that out after, if I recall.
Okay. So in this interview, what were they? What did they want? What were they after? What were they curious? What did they want to know?
The initial interview was for a lesser position, and I was interviewed by a board of people over a span of about an hour and a half. And
that's some interview.
Yeah, it was pretty intimidating. It was an uncomfortable interview. Do
you recall any of the key questions I asked you? An hour and a half, my God.
Not for that, because I did go back for another one.
Oh.
They did ask me. One of the strange things I found about it was that they weren't asking me that many technical questions. They were asking me questions about my demeanor, about what I do under stress. If I get all angry, do I start throwing screwdrivers and things around? And which was kind of weird. You expect them to, certainly have. Well, they they did have some technical questions and test my abilities, but
well, you know, that is, though, not that irrational a question. I've thrown screwdrivers.
Well, generally I don't. I just, give up and walk away for a while.
Yeah, I know.
But I assume what they were doing was just they knew of my work at Los Alamos and the other things I was doing, and they just assumed that it fit the bill.
Sure, but they wanted to know about your demeanor for some reason.
Right, and as it turned out, this all had to do with security, as I found out later. But I went home. I wasn't that thrilled about the interview, and it was several days later I got a call back, and they said, as it turned out, we felt you were overqualified for the job we were offering, and we're pretty sure you would become bored with it after a while. However, there is something else that we have. It's I'm trying to remember verbatim what they said. I believe it's at a remote site on the test site, so you will have to fly out there.
And everybody should know that those flights leave every single day from Las Vegas and go up to the test site, right?
Yeah, at the time they were called the Key flights because Key something airlines had the contract.
They still fly every day.
Do they? Yeah.
Oh, sure.
I didn't even remember. I didn't know if the test site was still operational now.
Oh, yeah. It is. We have here in Pahrump. It's kind of interesting. The test site that doesn't exist. We have every morning. They may have stopped it now, but up at the VFW Lodge, up the street from me here, they have a parking lot at the VFW Lodge, and they have buses at about like 4 something in the morning, a little before 5 in the morning, and on the side of the bus it says Area 51.
No kidding.
Yeah,
really?
no kidding. Yeah, no kidding. And they pile in and they bus from here in Pahrump, but there in Las Vegas they fly, and they still fly. So, yeah, you're right about that.
Well, they had me come down for an interview that was a little more in-depth that time, and I did very well. And they would say they told me that it was going to be fairly heavy security, and it was going to be working on an advanced propulsion system. Now that's great. This is exactly what I want to do. Here's the guy that's tinkering around with jets and running on hydrogen. I mean, propulsion was my thing. It's stuff I even played around with when I was at home.
A natural thing for you.
Right. Certainly excited about it. And I was under the impression that this was going to be a field propulsion system for some new fighter aircraft. A field propulsion system like some sort of electromagnetic drive, something with that uses some of the basic forces of repulsion and attraction, whether it's extremely high voltage or who knows what.
Bob, at that time, you obviously knew about the test site. Everybody knows about the test site.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know about some, had you heard the rumors of a secret base up there when way back then?
I'm trying to remember. I probably did. And in fact, thinking back, I almost remember there were some silly stories about aliens working out there and whatnot. And, I was a hardcore non-UFO believer. I mean, I thought all that stuff was absolutely ridiculous, and the people that believed it were even more ridiculous. So I didn't pay much attention to any of that stuff. But I think rumors, I did hear,
okay,
on KLS TV or something, or one of George Knapp's interviews with John Lear or something like that.
Okay.
That there were aliens working up there or eating people or whatever the story was about.
Okay. Yeah, those were back in the days. In fact, I was doing shows on it with John Lear back then. And so those rumors were around. So you sort of vaguely knew about them but didn't pay a lot of attention. And so did you have any idea where you were going to be working? Did they tell you that?
No, they just said a remote site, or a remote area on the test site. And, wherever that was going to be was fine.
Well, that's got to get your blood going a little bit. I mean,
well, it does. I was excited, and it was, a job on the cutting edge of technology, so I was back at home again. They had a strange way of calling me to work. It was initially, apparently I was supposed to be replacing somebody, and there was kind of a rush to get me up to speed. Now, because I worked at Los Alamos, I had Q clearance, which is civilian top secret, So, they knew I wasn't a foreign agent or anything like that.
Right.
However, this required a higher clearance to work at this site.
Higher than Q.
Right. And what happened next?
Well, they probably
Anyway,
they probably investigated you is what happened.
Yeah, they started doing that, and there were visits to the house. Even when I had a house full of people over, guests having a little get-together, there would just be guys knocking at the door and would just show themselves in and start looking through the house. And, lots of people witnessed this stuff going on, and it began to really interfere with my life. Shortly after the investigation started, they allowed me out to the site. Now, they didn't start handing over everything or showing me everything. But
How did you get to the site?
I drove. Well, first they'd call. The job was not something like a 9 to 5 or every day at 7 o'clock to be there. You were almost on call initially, and somebody would call from EG&G, and the phone call would go exactly like this. You pick up the phone and they say, "Hello, Mr. Lazar. It is now 4:43 p.m. We expect you to be at the installation at 6:25." It was always an odd number, and that's it. And they hang up the phone. It's very strange.
Yeah.
But every time I went out there, I pick up the phone. They tell me what the current time was, and they tell me what the time they expected me out there was. And I drive out to McCarran Airport. I drive to the Special Projects EG&G building.
Yes.
And right in back of that at the time is really where the key flights took off from. Or at least where they parked, or anyway, that was the gateway to getting on the plane.
Did they black the windows out? There's stories that people who traveled up
Not
there.
there. But once the plane flew from McCarran to Groom Lake,
right,
which is the only big runway out there.
And it's really big.
Yeah, it's giant. Once you get there, you get in a bus and drive about 15 miles south. That was the bus with the blacked out windows.
Blacked out
Those
windows.
stories are definitely true. In fact, I've got a picture of one of the buses.
How many people typically would be in that bus ride with you going south?
I never saw more than 3 people, myself included.
Wow. Okay. So your initial employment, was that just at the test site, or did they begin taking you south to S4 immediately?
They began taking me to S4 immediately. In fact, we weren't really allowed to wander around or anything at Groom. We just sat there, waited either at the cafeteria or right where we were for the bus if it wasn't there, and it drove us down south to S4, which is a short drive on a dirt road.
Huh. Of course they don't admit any of that even exists out there, but there are now zillions of photographs courtesy of the Russians and other satellites and even planes that have been nearby, and there's a lot of photographs of Area 51, so we all know it's
right
out there, and we all know the runway's there, despite what they say. It's all
a lot
there.
of people even disputed the road that I talked about,
right,
and said, no, it's impossible for it to be there. And John Andrews, the guy that worked for the Tester Model Corporation that was so into all of this, he's the one that came up, that tried to buy the satellite photograph from the U.S. government, and they wouldn't sell it to him because they said it's classified, and he's the one that bought it from the Russians for $1,500.
Is he really the one?
Yeah, that's where that photograph came from. And with that photograph, we blew it up, and there's the road exactly where I said, going right to the side of the mountain where the hangars are. So that really did help out. So, but it's kind of strange that Americans have to go, to a foreign country to get stuff that they're hiding from Americans.
Yeah, especially the Russians.
Yeah, that's just absurd. But
do you remember clearly, and I bet you do, the first day that you took that bus to S4? Did you know it was called S4?
Yeah.
They told you you're going to an area called S4?
Yeah, they did. There's actually signs out there.
There are signs?
Yeah, there are actual signs out there.
The average person never gets to see them.
No.
All right, good place to hang everybody up. Hold on, Bob. It's top of the hour. Bob Lazar is my guest. This is a man who worked where the real saucers are, or were. I guess I could be, and probably is debated, but when he was there, he got to actually work on alien aircraft, back engineering alien aircraft. This is Coast.
It is night, my body's weak, I'm on the run, no time to sleep. I've got to ride, fight like the wind, to be free again. And I've got such a long way to go, such a long way to go.
Once again, Bob Lazar. Bob, can you remember the first ride down to S4 in the bus, the blacked out bus? You remember that, huh?
Yeah, I do. That was quite a day.
Well, give me a sense. What was it like?
Well, the first time I went down there was essentially to read. I was brought into a small room at the facility they had there, and these, I guess you just call them briefings, because they were just an overview of some of the other satellite projects going on.
That's interesting.
Well, going on that were connected to what I was doing. I'm just trying to find a good way to put this.
In other words, they had to give you enough of an overview so you'd have some understanding of what you were about to work on.
Right, because just like they do at Los Alamos or any other national lab where you work on high security systems and subsystems, is they compartmentalize everything. And what they do is they have people working on different aspects of one project, so nobody really knows how the whole thing connects together. Well, some people do, but for the most part, most of the people working on it only work on, a specific module, a specific subsystem, and, somebody else worries about what it connects to. Uh-huh. And that way your knowledge about what's going on is limited just to the thing you worked on.
Makes sense.
It was the same here. And because this was a back engineering project, we weren't teaming together to try and build something. We were essentially teaming together to try and find out how something was built. You had to have a little knowledge of what was on the other side of the wall.
Yeah.
What the next guy was doing. So they gave you a little briefing about some of the other aspects of what was going on. But not too much in detail, but just enough so you go, well, okay, I know where this plugs into.
Did they tell you that you were to be working on propulsion systems that were not ours?
No, not until later. Even though it became pretty obvious that's what was going on initially. I began reading what the people had done before me, and immediately they're talking science fiction about power sources that put out tremendous amounts of energy, at propulsion systems with technology that doesn't even exist. And you begin to wonder if these guys are testing you in some way.
Of course.
And this is just a joke, or what?
So it was like reading science fiction?
Initially it was. And it wasn't until the next time that I came down that I discovered it wasn't. The following time I came down, which was only my second time to work, one of the hangar doors was open. Now I believe it was open intentionally.
Sure.
And instead of going around the side of the building in the main entrance, we stopped out in front and cut in through the hangar. And it was obvious it was in the hangar. The second I stepped out of the bus, there was a large disc-shaped craft sitting on its belly on the ground.
Okay, not on what would be some sort of touchdown or landing gear.
No landing gear, like no man-made support. It was sitting on the concrete, on its belly, on the ground.
And it was a disc, a typical flying saucer type disc?
Yes.
How big do you think it was?
Well, John Andrews and I spent some time working on that, and he brought some people down from the model division so we could scale things up by trying to guess my distance from it and looking at objects that I knew approximately what the size was. So they could crunch all the numbers through and figure out within a fairly good estimate how big the craft was. That came out to about 52 feet in diameter.
That's pretty big, 52 feet, huh?
Yeah, it was big. It was big.
And when you saw that, there must have been this moment where the jaw drops and you go, oh my gosh, I've just...
Well, not at that time. You would kind of think of it. But when I left the bus and I saw that, to me it had the opposite effect. It said, see, I'm right, there are no flying saucers. This is just an advanced U.S.-made aircraft, and they've been testing it, and people think it's aliens from outer space. It made complete sense. And in fact, when I walked by the craft, there was a little backwards American flag stuck on right next to the opening in the craft. Well, that absolutely does it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. So by the time I walked in, it made complete sense. This was the big new secret fighter that was going to replace the F-15 and who knows what else. And, I was going to work on the propulsion system. So.
Yeah, actually, it would make more sense that you would think that, especially with a little American flag. That was a nice touch.
Yeah, absolutely. Later did I learn to find out that was more or less a sticker that says this belongs to us now, as opposed to we made this.
Did you get introduced to who was to be your boss? Is boss the right word?
Yeah, kind of. It was tough to really figure out who your boss was there. They worked on the buddy system. And, what moves science forward is free discussion. It's people sitting around and working on a common problem and discussing things.
Sure.
It's just brainstorming.
Yes.
Especially for something outrageous like this.
Uh-huh.
But that was not permitted. What they did is they had a buddy system. You had one person who you worked with, who you could talk to. There was no communication with anybody else, not even if you sat down for lunch.
Now, how interesting is that, Bob? Because you were talking about the atomic bomb earlier in Teller.
Mm-hmm.
And they had the same arguments in the development of the atomic bomb that they weren't
they
were not allowed to sit around and throw ideas back and forth, and that it was holding the whole damn project up.
It's exactly what was happening here, and all that has told me is that since the 40s, the military has not changed the way they do anything, and it's probably the reason why this project moved ahead so slowly. They were obviously more concerned about security than moving anything forward.
And, of course, I guess they did not give anybody any idea where they got these craft. Or did they?
Well, in one of the briefings, they said information gained from the craft, and they really didn't say how, but that the craft came from the Zeta Reticuli star system, which is apparently a binary star system that you can only see from the southern hemisphere.
That is exactly correct. And the one thought to perhaps hold a possibility of harboring life, and you're right, it can only be seen from way down south. I believe it cannot even be seen from Puerto Rico, where Arecibo is. Now, that's really interesting. So they actually did say, from information gleaned in the investigation of this craft, they thought it was Zeta Reticuli.
That's how it was worded.
Okay, so to work you go on what?
Well, the first person I was introduced to was a guy by the name of Barry Castillo or Castillo. I don't know how you pronounce that name. But I was introduced to him. This was the guy I was going to be working with. And we had a moderate-sized lab, and specifically we were working on the power source and the propulsion system of the craft.
So he was your buddy?
He was my buddy that I was going to work with.
Uh-huh.
In the lab, the first day in the lab meeting him, he was a very down-to-earth guy, and what was there was a reactor moved from one of the craft and one of the propulsion mechanisms that were on the bench. So they had already removed something. Now, at that time, I had only seen one craft.
The one you described, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And as it turned out, there were 9 there.
9, right, and we'll get to that. But this portion of the propulsion system, or the main portion of the propulsion system, do you remember what your initial impression? Listen, by the way, I don't know if I'm gonna press you to talk about things that you are unable to. How much are you unable to talk about, or unwilling to talk about, or will get in trouble for talking about? Is there anything that you hold back that you have to hold back?
Well, the only things that there are a couple things that I haven't said, and for a reason. It's not that, there's a new news flash or something, I just want to say that's new. The only reason there are some things I've held back was so I can recognize somebody from the area. Yeah, you know how all the chats and whatnot that go on the internet, they're full of just nutcases.
I know.
And on both sides of the fence, though. I mean, you have people that will swear up and down, I never lived in Los Alamos, I never worked there, or who knows what. But on the other side of the fence, you also have people that, just because they want to support me, say that, I was a security guard or something there, and I saw Bob going to work every day. Well, both of those people don't help. because neither of them are true. And as much as I appreciate the help from people that say stuff like that, it really doesn't help, because all it does is confuse matters. And, in this field of UFO research, or whatever they call it these days, is so inundated with garbage and just ridiculous stories, you do not need to add even 1% more, because it's impossible for anybody to take anything seriously. So, there were only 22 people working there.
22?
Yeah. And I have the list of them.
You have a list of the names?
Of every person that worked there.
Oh my
every
God.
person that had clearance for that. Now, that's the only thing I've kept to myself. There were a couple other little things here and there, and they talked me into releasing them in the movie, and that's fine. But the number one thing are the names. I mean,
the name, of course.
There's so many times you hear people say, well, I've got a friend that worked there. Really, what was his name? And it's never, I've never seen a name come through.
Well, when you and your buddy when you first saw this propulsion stuff, how did it hit you as a physicist? What did you when you looked at it, you said to yourself, I'm looking at what?
Well, the first thing I saw that was absolutely mind-boggling, and I will never forget it, was the reactor operating. Now, this is something very small, probably on a base 12 or 15 inches square, with about a basketball size sphere on top.
Okay.
Well, semi-sphere. It's,
right.
The basketball setting on the plate.
Right.
This was the reactor for the craft. And this produced a tremendous amount of energy, and also it was the source of the gravitational propulsion system, where it got its basic gravity wave from, that they amplify. Now, these are, we know what the effects of gravity are, but we cannot produce gravity or any gravity. I've spoken to a lot of people, and I ask people, that you see in NASA training films, astronauts floating around. And, that's all done in that large plane that they put into a crash dive, and people go weightless inside.
Vomit comet.
Right, the vomit comet, exactly. The majority of people I've spoken to, even people that seem fairly knowledgeable to me, think that NASA has an anti-gravity device in this room where they just turn it on and people float around. Now, if we had something like that, there wouldn't be airplanes anymore. Cars would fly. I mean, the world would be changed. We don't have a machine that can make gravity, because if you do, you can also control time. So if we had something like that, the world would be so different. All right, we probably wouldn't even be on the radio here. Go ahead.
This device that you just talked about, that you just described, how did you and your buddy endeavor to measure its energy output, and in what form? How did you take a look at it?
Well, like I was describing, the first time I saw it operating, all he had to do was put the lid, the semisphere, on top of this device, and it became operational. And he said, just put your hand on the top of it. And when I did, I could not touch it. It was the exact sensation of taking two like pole magnets and trying to push them together.
Wow.
But it was just my hand approaching a metal sphere. Now, that in itself is shocking, because there's nothing that can do that.
In other words, you felt a repelling force, as in like a wall? I mean, you just could push on it?
I could push, starting from probably about a foot away. I could begin to feel something, and as I got closer, it got more intense, and probably at 2 to 3 inches, it was impossible to make contact with it. And you could push on the top, your hands would slide to the bottom. It was a very intense field, and you had a golf ball there, and we even something moving at high speed could not penetrate the field. This was the basic gravity wave that the system produced.
Did you determine it to be a 360-degree field?
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't?
It wasn't. And again, that's something else. It's a completely directional gravity field only on the skin of the hemisphere.
Oh, my.
And it didn't appear on the base at all. And so this alone was just absolutely mind-boggling, because here's a machine doing the impossible. The next thing that I was shown, and it couldn't be a magic trick. It's my hand approaching a metal sphere. There's no room for any question there.
And what did you and your buddy discuss at that point? I mean, you obviously asked questions, or he offered information, or he just said...
Well, this was the initial introduction to what was going on, and I mean, you could see it in his eyes. He took pride in showing off what they had, because the next thing he showed me was connecting it to the amplifier, and he said, "You want to see something really neat now?"
Yeah?
As if that wasn't amazing. There is, how am I going to describe this? There's a fitting, almost like a pipe, that slides down and makes contact with the hemisphere.
Okay.
This apparently, from what was described to me, is a tuned pipe. Almost like
resonant
waveguides are tuned for microwaves to pass through.
Would be resonant.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
So once this pipe is placed upon the hemisphere, the field completely disappears. So that's giving you evidence that it's now traveling through the waveguide.
Uh-huh.
The waveguide goes to another extremely large tube, probably about 2 feet in diameter, 4 feet long, and has plates, I guess is the best way I can describe it, on the outside. This is actually the emitter, the gravity emitter. There's something in between the two, which is the actual amplifier.
Hold it right there, Bob. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll pick it up right there. So that was the driver stage, the gravity energy driver stage for what was to come. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast. And here's Bob Lazar. And by the way, he's not in Las Vegas anymore, I don't think. Bob, you're somewhere else now, aren't you?
The mountains of New Mexico.
Back to New Mexico, huh?
Yeah.
Cool. That's a nice place to be, yeah. All right. What you were describing, the first thing you were describing that you saw, that was obviously a driver. Well, in broadcasting, it would be the driver unit, the generator itself.
Right.
And now you're starting to describe what terrestrials would regard as waveguide, or whatever carries this energy to some kind of amplifier, huh?
Exactly. However, if I can take 1 second and just step back to the hydrogen thing, the only reason I'm saying this is because, I guess because of the show.
Sure.
There are 1 million people hitting my United Nuclear website and asking me to post some kind of instructions about.
I told you.
Yeah, so I'm going to go, there's no way I can answer all the emails, so I'll go ahead and generate a web page about that. So,
well, you could either do that or give out your home phone number.
Yeah, I'd rather do the web page.
Okay.
So there'll be some information up there eventually.
Thank you on behalf
give me some time to do that.
On behalf of the millions out there, yes.
Back to the reactor.
Right.
Or the propulsion system. Anyway, the way it was configured was supplying the basic wave, the basic gravitational wave, to the amplifier and to the emitter. In the craft, there are 3 emitters.
3.
In a triad pattern. And what I found interesting is, after being involved with the project, that kind of made me start looking into UFO stories to see what's true and what's not.
Yeah, sure.
And there were so many stories, especially a rash of Belgian sightings in the early 90s, I think, or middle 90s, where they saw on the bottom of the craft 3 bright spots of light.
Right.
And that is exactly how this operated. Another interesting thing was, I know I'm jumping ahead of myself here, but the other craft that were there all had the same power and propulsion system in it.
All 3 emitters?
Yeah, which I found really interesting in itself, which means that whatever civilization made these, it's almost as if there's, it sounds crazy, but a factory that's producing these and subbing out their propulsion systems for different models of crafts. I mean, it almost sounds like a car.
Well, that's how we do it.
But it was the identical system in all crafts.
All right, now he demonstrated the amplifier to you?
Yes, that was the reason he connected up the reactor.
How was the amplifier demonstrated? In other words, what further did you see when he brought the amplifier online?
When he fired that up, he took an ordinary candle and put it probably about 6 feet in back of the emitter. And I was waiting for things to get started, but he really didn't do anything, at least that I saw. And went over and looked at the candle, and the flame was no longer flickering. It was essentially frozen the way it was.
Frozen?
Yeah. The candle was there, and the flame, it was like a 2-dimensional picture of it.
Oh, my God.
I mean, the flame wasn't moving, but it was still emitting light.
Which means?
Well, it could mean all kinds of things. It's just another thing that is bizarre. That you really can't. I mean, how in the world would you do that?
Now, wait a minute. Now, we know, don't we? Physicists know that gravity bends and affects.
Oh, absolutely. I'm saying, but without using gravity, how could you do that?
You couldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
So, within that field, it froze to your eyes. It froze that image.
Right to my eyes.
Solid.
The candle was removed, and to show me how the emitters can focus gravity, because this is very crucial to how they operate. They must be able to focus and diverge the gravitational wave. Apparently, he set it for a tight focus and increased the power to it, and at the focal point, which was at that time probably about 3.5 to 4 feet from the rear of the emitter,
right,
a black dot formed, a black ball, not a black hole where it's going to suck in the desks and things there.
Yeah.
But what he was showing me was the fact that light was being bent. Now, there is nothing that we have that can do that.
That would have been at the focal point. Now, for example, with the satellite dish, a lot of people know about satellite dishes.
A parabolic dish.
That's right. Out at a certain point, which is the focal point, on a good dish, it's about the size of a quarter or even smaller. That's what's called the focal point, where all the energy from that satellite dish is radiated right to that little tiny spot, and that's where they put the collector, or the LNA or LNB, to get the signal. And that's a focal point. So you're saying, just like that, at the focal point, but out in the middle of nothing, in the middle of air, there was a black dot.
Right, and that he was demonstrating the fact that the device was bending light away from the area. I mean, it was a completely black dot. Yeah. Later to find out, well, I don't want to jump ahead of myself, but anyway, there were a couple small demonstrations like that were extremely impressive, and this is what we were supposed to be working on. And, our mission was really not just to find out how it worked, but the aim of the project was to see if these systems and subsystems can be duplicated with earthly materials.
Bob, when these engines, for lack of a better word, were running, was there any audible noise? You were there in the room. I mean, was there, other than the test of putting your hand up, was there anything that hit your sensory system that you could describe when these things were running?
On the test setup in the room, it was completely silent. I wasn't even sure if the thing was operating. However, during the test flight of the craft, with all 3 amplifiers operating, there was a definite hiss and corona discharge on the bottom of the craft.
A hiss?
Now, a hiss, like a high voltage hiss. If you've ever been around, high voltage power lines or, high power transmitters, you must have.
Of course.
And, you have that familiar high voltage hiss.
And you said a corona discharge.
A corona discharge, which is, kind of, not a St. Elmo's fire, but a blue glow, that you typically see, again, around high voltage systems, and what's happening in the air is breaking down and emitting photons, and, it glows. It's the same reason why lightning bolts are visible.
Indeed.
But it was obvious there was high voltage on the skin of the craft, and obviously it was leaking off because that sound is unmistakable. As the craft lifted off higher, and approached 20 or 30 feet, the sound disappeared, so it was obviously interacting with the ground. So just in free flight, there'd be no sound at all.
Now, do you know, you say there were 3 emitters on each craft. Do you know offhand how these emitters in flight were manipulated to, for example, leave the ground and then begin propulsion that would take you horizontal or vertical or wherever you wanted to go? Do you know how that energy was manipulated?
Yeah. The craft operate in 2 modes. It's Omicron and Delta. Omicron is using a single amplifier to move the craft, and Delta uses all 3 amplifiers. Whenever a craft is near another gravitational source, such as a planet or whatever, it's only using 1 amplifier to lift itself off the ground. The amplifiers are these, like I said, I keep using the word amplifier, the emitters are these 4-foot long, 2-foot diameter pieces of pipe, essentially, held by a 2 or 2.5 foot, 3-inch diameter flexible pipe. And these hang in the bottom of the craft. One of them points down, and it produces a gravitational wave that will lift the craft off the ground. The other 2 are swung almost horizontally. So in the bottom of the craft, they're really pointing out in front of it.
Gotcha.
Now, most vehicles and aircraft that we're used to either accelerate hot gas out the back or use a propeller and, throw air out the back and the craft moves forward.
Sure.
These do the exact opposite. And my best analogy for it is the old rubber sheet or the bed. If you take a bowling ball and stick it in the middle of your bed, and in front of the bowling ball, about 2 feet, take your fist and just push it deep into the bed. What happens? The bowling ball rolls forward.
Absolutely.
So this is exactly what they're doing. The craft is standing using 1 gravity emitter, standing on a gravitational wave, and they're using the other 2 essentially to make a little divot, a gravity well in front of the craft.
I understand.
And it rolls forward. And it's why they look so ridiculous when they're in that low-speed mode, because it's an unstable form of flight.
Well, that was going to be my question. When they do the vertical lift, I wonder how, of course I don't understand how that energy is distributed, but I wonder how the craft is stable as it goes vertical.
Well, the gravitational wave is propagating from the emitter, not in a linear fashion, but it's diverging. So it's on a pedestal, almost like a pyramid.
Oh,
so the bottom is so stable.
Yeah.
In fact, as it goes higher, because area of the base increases, it becomes more stable. It's only when it's very close to the ground that it's wobbly and kind of goofy looking for such an advanced machine.
No, I've got it. And look, people should understand that not just your word tonight, but thousands and thousands of people have gone to, as close as they can get to Area 51, and they have seen, there's a million eyewitnesses that have seen craft being tested over those years, so that a lot of witnesses to what you're saying right now about how they flew.
I had, if you remember at the time, I had the test flight schedule, and I brought, when I started to leak some information, I brought my friends out there at night. John Lear was one of the first people out there, and, we brought a big 10-inch Celestron telescope. And, at that time, you could get a hell of a lot closer to Area 51 than you can now.
Yes, I know.
And, we all saw what was going on.
I am curious about this. Let me ask. You obviously had been treated to plenty of security warnings, probably had to sign a bunch of crap. And so you made some kind of decision at some point to begin leaking stuff. Describe to me how you went through that metamorphosis. How did you get there?
Well, I was perfectly content with the way things were going. Once you're on the inside, it's a different state of mind. And, if you're on the outside of something, hey, it's not fair, we all should have this information, so on and so forth. But, you get kind of a change of attitude. Once you become privy to the information, you go, those guys don't deserve to know anyway. But that does change after a while. And the impetus really had nothing to do with me initially. Remember, they were still going through all my security whatnot, whatever they do to...
It goes on.
They do everything in there. They're very concerned about your mental state, because that, if a person is very depressed or despondent or something like that, it's going to affect their work performance, and especially if they're trusting them with very important secrets, there's going to be a problem.
National security.
Exactly. And now I had given a written order to have my phone monitored and myself monitored.
God, that's something to give. I mean, I know you're a pretty private person, but to give...
But I was excited to work on this. That was nothing.
More exciting than being monitored.
Oh, by far. And I was absolutely following the rules. At the time I was married, and I wasn't saying anything to my wife, and initially this is where the problem began. And, what do you say? You leave the house at 11 o'clock at night. Where are you going? Oh, I'm going to work.
Yeah,
really? And, night after, and then you come home, 6-7 hours later. Where were you? I was at work.
At work.
Yeah, and, after a while, it begins to sound like you're having an affair.
Yeah, of course.
Well, that's exactly
what happened.
That's exactly what happened. And,
oh, brother.
As time went on, my wife began to have an affair. And they knew it, and I didn't, because they monitored the phone.
This is all new stuff. I've never heard any of this.
So they had all the written transcripts of what was going on.
Oh, my God.
And they stopped calling me out to work, because they had to make a decision on what to do. They were either going to just let it sit and, see what happened, if we broke up or, that ended or whatever.
But at any rate, you were suddenly a risk.
Yeah, and, at that time, they had stopped calling me out, and I kind of began to get a little concerned, and this is when I had the flight schedule and brought a few of my friends out at the time, including my wife, and, showed them what I was doing at night.
Oh.
And they all saw that, and in fact, we got away with it the first night, and we got a little greedy and went a couple other times, and we finally got caught. And,
how many of you got caught, and what happened?
I think it was 4 of us, and we were standing there, out close to Area 51 in the absolute black desert where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face.
Yeah.
Now, we had been staying there about half an hour, and my friend Gene and I were sitting there joking about, well, maybe we should just take the base by force, and, just saying ridiculous things like that.
Yeah.
Now, little did we know that the security guys had snuck up on us, and they were no more than 6 feet from our noses.
Listening to you say things like, hey,
right, and they had no idea what was going on. So we're sitting there talking, and out of nowhere, a sniper, not a sniper scope, a night vision scope, falls on the ground. We see this little green light fall down and roll. And it came out of nowhere. And we had no idea. Anyway, the guy had dropped it. Yeah. So, they walked forward and, made everyone go back up to the road. They call in the sheriff and...
Would these have been the Wackenhut security people?
As far as I know. I had taken off into the desert because we had all assumed if I was caught, there was a problem.
Well, that's a good assumption.
Because, these guys could have just wandered out there and been looking what's going on. But if they saw somebody from the inside there... So I took... Well, I'm not even going to say that. I took off into the desert. And... they had counted how many people were there.
Toward or away from the area?
Away from the area.
Away from the area.
Out into the desert, and
they
saw there were 3 or 4 people there, and then when we got back up to the road, and the sheriff came out from there, I think his name was La Moreau, who's still around there, and that's when I reemerged, and he said, wait, we got a discrepancy, there's an extra person here. Well, what's his name? And he took my license, read it into the base, and, he said, okay, well, everybody can go. And the following day I was called for a debriefing down at Indian Springs Air Force Base, which I had never been to before.
They didn't, that's very interesting. They didn't throw you in jail. A lot of people...
No, they didn't do anything.
They spend the night in jail, a lot of them.
Now, the second they heard my name, the second he read the license, they said, let everybody go. And it was the following day when I got called in, and Dennis, who was the security supervisor at the time, drove to my house, and we went down there in my car, and that's when it really hit the fan. And, kind of to make a long story short, they were pissed, to say the least. And
well, don't make it too short. This is pretty interesting stuff. I'd actually like to get some details of that. You called it a debriefing. Probably it was more like a, let's see how scared we can get this guy.
Well, that's exactly what it was.
All right, then hold on to that thought, and we'll be right back. My guest is Bob Lazar. They're making a movie about all of this, by the way, which you're definitely going to want to see. We'll tell you more about that. It's Blue Book Films. Going to bring the whole thing to the silver screen. From the high deserts, not far from the areas being talked about right now, I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. There is indeed, just over the mountain from me, a place called Indian Springs, and there is an Air Force base there, and that's where they called you, Bob?
Right.
Summoned you, said you, would you get one of the calls? It's now noon, you will be, you'll be up here at some certain time, or what?
This was a little different. This Dennis called me, who was my security supervisor at the time, called me personally and came to my house, which was very unusual.
Oh.
And then we both drove down in the same car to Indian Springs, which is an auxiliary Air Force base in this little town, which is, the base is essentially shut down. But I guess some of it, remains operational. In any case, that's where they took me.
Uh-huh. And
that's when they started the debriefing. The first thing they brought up was, of course, that, tremendous breach in security, and they wanted to know everybody that I had told anything to, why I went ahead and did it, and, I was pretty straightforward with them, but they tried to be as intimidating as possible, and
were you threatened outright?
Oh, very much so. Yeah, and so was my wife's life. So I became very concerned about that.
Do you actually care to tell us what they said to you? I mean, did they say, you'll end up a lump in the desert like so many others, or,
there was a lot of fear present at the time, and I don't remember verbatim, what tagline they used, but it did get my attention.
Yeah.
And this is when they brought up the transcripts of my wife's affair on the phone.
Oh, that they told you?
Yeah, so I found out from them.
At that moment?
Yeah, at that moment.
Wonderful.
This was something they had to slap in my face.
Gee whiz, I wonder why they picked that moment to tell you.
Well, who knows? But anyway, that's how the separation between us really came about. It was because of that, because of, bringing my friends out there to see what was going on, and,
Your wife.
So that's really what set everything in motion.
All right. A lot of stories have flown around about what happened, Bob, after that. For example, we have the mutual friend of John Lear, who now, by the way, doesn't talk about any of this anymore, doesn't want any publicity. You can't blame him. He's lost some jobs. He's back working. He's doing fine, and he just doesn't want to talk about this anymore, and I don't blame him. Do you?
No. I think John's rave now is about the dump up there at Yucca Mountain.
Yeah.
About the nuke waste dump. And,
sure.
That's the one thing I agree with John Lear. Is, I know everyone in Las Vegas doesn't want it there, but if you're going to put it anywhere in the country, why not put it where you've already exploded 100 atomic bombs? It's already a wasteland, at that part of the test site, so.
Well, you're
anyway,
right. That's a big controversy. Anyway, listen, there was a big controversy about something called Element 115, which was said to be some kind of fuel, an element we don't have now on Earth, that was the fuel or the what? What can you do?
Well, I guess you could call it a fuel. It's what made the reactor operate. And it's a super heavy element, something that we've theorized can exist. People think back about, high school or college chemistry. You recall that as the elements get heavier, once you pass uranium, they decay. And some decay very fast. As the elements get very heavy, their half-lives become extremely short, sometimes microseconds. So they're just around, they exist just for a blink of an eye. Well, it's been theorized, and has been some time ago, that there are islands of stability. Somewhere higher up in the periodic chart, there are places where groups of elements would again become stable. And this occurs, what theoretically was to occur in the 114, 115 area, and again
an island of stability.
Right, where these elements are relatively stable. And again, there is supposed to be another island of stability somewhere up in the 200s. But these are unattainable things, and no one says that nature has ever produced them, except
at
maybe
the moment. But when you talked about element 115 years ago, so many years ago, since then, interestingly, we progressed to the impossible. In other words, since you actually talked about it, they've been discovering elements moving up, right on up the chart.
Oh, they're getting close.
Yeah, they're getting very close.
They're getting close, and the half-lives are getting longer.
Yeah, I know. People back then hoo-hawed at this, but now they're not hoo-hawing so hard anymore because we're getting pretty close.
Right. And I'm sure eventually they'll synthesize it somehow. They use, instead of bombarding it with neutrons now, they use this new fusion technique where they fuse the nuclei of two other elements together, which is kind of an odd way to do it, but it's got, I think the lab for heavy ion research in Darmstadt, Germany, has pioneered most of the new heavy elements, and mark my words, they're going to be the guys that synthesize 115.
Bob, there was talk that you spirited some element 115 out of S4. Is that true?
Where'd you hear that, Art?
Oh, I got friends too, Do you want to say no?
Comment about
you don't want to comment on that?
No, I don't want to comment about that. But it's that would be a good sledgehammer.
All right. Well, we'll we'll leave that one alone, I guess. You think? Do you think that since the time that and you know what we didn't cover? We missed it. You described the one craft, but at one point while you were there, you saw a total of what? Would you say 9 craft?
9 craft.
9 craft, and
if I recall, that was the day. Barry and I were working in the lab, and Dennis came in and he said, "Come on out. There's a test flight." So there was a flight scheduled, and they were allowing me to see it. And we went from the lab out into the first hangar, which was the only one I ever saw open. And as I went out there, the craft was already outside the hangar and sitting on the ground. I don't know if they rolled it out, it flew out, or whatever. Right. But as I was walking through the empty hangar, I looked to the right, and there were big bay doors in between the hangars, and they were all open. And I could see all the craft lined up. So they had an outright collection of these things. Anyway, the craft was outside, and there was a guy sitting near the door with what I surmised was an ordinary VHF radio, and this is something that to this day really bothers me, because it should be, if this is a gravity-propelled craft, which is bending and distorting all forms of electromagnetic radiation around it and whatnot, it should be impossible to communicate with the thing.
The radio should have been
VHF radio.
It should have been trash, yeah.
But maybe it wasn't. Maybe it just looked that way to me, and it was something more advanced. But anyway, he was apparently in communication with somebody in the craft, so I know it wasn't being flown remotely. And anyway, that was the first time I got to see, and the only time, all the crafts inside the hangar.
Did you ever get to see the inside of any of the craft?
Yeah, just the one. The one I coined the term the sport model, because it, in comparison to the other crafts, it was really sleek and thin and looked like a sporty version.
Can you describe the inside? I mean, did it seem as though it was designed for, say, a human or something close to a human?
Well, it's hard to say. It was designed for something small, because certainly a 5.5 or 6 foot person is hunched over in all but the very center of the craft. It's an uncomfortable setup. It's extremely barren. There are 3 seats in there.
3.
Yeah, and there is it's all one color. There are no aesthetics anywhere, and as far as the placement of everything, there are no sharp corners anywhere. Imagine taking a seat. The amplifiers looked like tables or boxes, just to give you a simple figure idea. But it was as if the inside of the craft was all molded with these parts out of wax.
Molded. In other words, in aircraft, we have rivets, we have various forms.
Everything flowed together as if it was made out of wax and heated and then cooled. So there were no sharp corners. Everything just kind of blended together like the entire thing was injection molded. There was no visible seam or right angle anywhere. And everything was just a dull, pewter's a little dark, but a dull aluminum color. So just being in the place, it looked very unearthly, if I could use that term.
You can, sure.
It was very unusual, because in any place you've ever been and anything you've ever looked at, there are varying colors, shapes, and sharp corners. And everything was rounded, and everything was monochromatic. It was just one color.
What about apparent controls for control of the craft?
There were none.
There were none?
There were none.
That's really interesting.
There were no buttons, lights, or navigator position or anything of that sort of the 2 places I was allowed to look at in the craft. Now, obviously, whoever piloted the craft was on the central level. The level immediately below it, there's a small access hatch with a collapsible honeycomb access way. And I stuck the upper part of my body in there kind of upside down, and I was told to do that so I can see the placement of the gravity emitters and how they're hung and how they move.
Oh, yes.
And so that was the bottom level. Underneath that was just the skin of the craft. Now, above that, I was not allowed to venture. There was a small area above it, and on this particular craft, the hump on the top, or the dome on the saucer, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
It's not round, it's kind of flat on the top. There were these black portals. I believe there were 4, if I remember correctly. And there weren't windows. They were, from what I surmise, is they were some sort of planar sensor, so the craft could get its orientation in space or wherever it was, where it could, these would detect positions of stars or something like that, so it can get a fix on its orientation and where it is, where it's going, and that sort of thing. Now, that's my guess. So, I have no idea.
But you surmise that there probably was an area of some control that you didn't get to see.
Well, either that or there is a different type of control.
Yeah,
that has no obvious, buttons or knobs or anything.
Well, I know now, even in our fighter jets, they're beginning to get to the point where they put on helmets and they can actually think commands. I mean, we're doing that here on Earth.
Yeah, it's not out of the realm of possibility that the craft would operate that way. How we interfaced to it, I would love to know. Because if, in fact, it did work that way, using an alien creature's mind, who in the world came up with the interface? And what would you have to go by? So there's so much information I would have loved to have known to complete the picture for me.
But you would surmise from what you did see that these craft were probably made for creatures that would be, on average, much smaller than humans.
They would have to be. They would have to be almost close to half our size to comfortably fit in there.
Huh. Now, you never, ever saw any alien beings.
No.
Were there, between you and your buddy or anybody else that you ever talked to up at S4, were there any discussions of beings? I mean, it would be, how would there not be discussion of who
there was about who piloted the craft, and they called them the kids. That was the term they coined.
The kids.
The kids. And that's probably because of their size or who knows what. But that's it.
That's pretty interesting, though. They called them the kids.
And actually, everything looked like it was set up for a child. So maybe that's where it came from.
Bob, but how far since you have left, which is a lot of years now, do you think, for example, when you were there, how much progress had actually been made in either duplicating or beginning to get a handle on how these generators operated and the beginnings of duplication or trying to duplicate what they were doing?
Well, I don't think they got very far. I use this analogy probably the last time I was on your show, and, if you took an ordinary modern-day motorcycle and just transported it back in time to the 1800s, to the wagon train days, and just left it out front. In the morning, everybody woke up and discovered it there with the keys in it. Now they can poke around and prod with it and play with it, and eventually they're going to figure out how to start it just out of sheer luck. And it's going to start and it's going to run, and they'll be proficient at driving it as long as they keep playing with it. And when it runs out of gas...
After crashing quite a few times.
Well, yeah, but they'll pick it up, and they're pretty tough, and, go on. And when it runs out of gas, it'll never work again. It'll sit there.
Yeah.
And, however, when it comes to duplicating it, if they wanted to make one, they couldn't even make the plastic fender on the thing, because that material is just amazing to them. Right? I mean,
that's a
polypropylene or something like that. They just look at it and go, wow, it's solid, but it bends and it melts. And, they couldn't even make a fender or a turn signal on the thing.
Much less the engine or the...
Oh, forget about the working part. But this is exactly where we're at. We got a really cool toy, and we've played around with it enough to where we know how it works, and we can make it move around. But when the fuel runs out, or something else happens to the craft, that's it.
Then you've just got an inert piece of stuff that you never figured out.
Right. I don't think they're ever going to duplicate, in our lifetimes anyway, what's there. They may use it and may get some other information off of it. Now, again, I'm going on thoughts that are 12 years old. So they could have made some tremendous strides since I was gone. And I was certainly not privy to all the information, but that's the impression that I was left with.
All right, hold tight, Bob. We're at the bottom of the hour here, actually. This one's for you. I'm Art Bell, and this, of course, is Coast to Coast AM raging throughout the nighttime with Bob Lazar tonight. You're hearing what you've never heard before.
I can see her lying back in her satin dress, in a room where you do what you don't confess. Sundown, you better take care if I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. Sundown, you better take care if I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. She's been looking like a queen.
All right, once again, here's Bob Lazar. Bob, an obvious question, and one coming from Madison, Wisconsin on my computer is, were there any signs on any of the craft of obvious damage?
Not on the craft that I worked on at all. And, everybody's wanted to know, well, how did we get them?
Sure.
And, that's information I wasn't privy to. I would love to know, too. Was this, you hear so many stories in UFO lore about an alleged exchange of technology. Did this actually occur? And I've heard people say, well, we know there are crash retrievals. We have inside information. And you can't tell me that somebody came from 30 light years in 9 different advanced craft and they all crashed. It's not possible. So, I could certainly see the Roswell crash occurring, but I just don't believe that flying saucers come here from a tremendous difference and they just miscalculate the weather conditions and they wind up crashing all all over the place.
Yeah,
It doesn't make any sense.
I hear you. What about, did you ever learn anything of the material that the craft were made of? In other words, could you take a blowtorch and cut? Could you damage, dent, or otherwise bend, spindle, or mutilate the material the craft was made of at all?
I don't know. Again, that was compartmentalized. That's the metallurgy guys that got to play with that. The only contact I ever had was going in the craft, and then the first day walking by it, I stuck my hand out and slid it along the craft, and it just felt cold, so I assume it's metal. But it certainly could have been an advanced ceramic or some other unknown material. But
it kind of felt like metal, though.
Yeah, it was. Metal has that, cold feeling to it. The surface didn't feel exceptionally smooth. It was aluminum is the only thing that comes to mind. Just unfinished aluminum. But I doubt it was actually that. But
do you think was there any sense of weight? In other words, did you ever have an opportunity to see anybody attempting to lift or move any of these craft, getting an idea of the kind of weight they were trying to move?
No, I didn't. The only thing that caught my eye in relation to weight was above the craft in the hangar. There was one of those suspension cranes with a hook on it, and it was rated at 10 tons because they had that in big bold lettering on the side. So that makes me think, well, if they in fact used that to move the craft, it weighs less than 10 tons. That's about as far as I can go on that. But I've heard people make comments that, actually they only weigh a few pounds. But I don't think that could possibly be true. Number one is, at different times moving into the craft, you're sitting on the extreme edge of it, and it would certainly teeter, plus the amount of equipment they had moved into the craft, lights and whatnot, for investigation of it. It makes me think it's something of some pretty sizable weight. It's not, it's certainly not a flyweight piece of material.
Bob, a lot of the interesting news stories I get about world affairs and maybe wars between India and Pakistan, all the rest of it, they come from the United Kingdom, which I think is embarrassing. It annoys me that I've got to get news I can't get here from the UK. Your movie is going to be made in the United Kingdom. Are you going to have any input at all during the production of this movie? They're going to fly you over?
I don't know. I imagine they would. I imagine I would be put in a position as technical consultant at the very least. If they wanted to progress, in an accurate, truthful fashion. And I believe that Bruce did go over that already. So, I'll at least be in that sort of position.
Bob, you have a list of names, which you've revealed tonight, of the other people that were there. You're speaking right now, I'm certain, to many of those names, and they're listening to you right now. What would you say to them at this point? I mean, you're out in the public, and your story has been hanging out there now for a lot of years, and now it's going to be even more public with a movie. What do you say to the other people that were up there, given a chance, which you have right now, to say something to them?
Well, that's changed over the years. About the only thing I would like to say to them is contact me in some way.
You would think maybe by now some of them would have gone through a thought process that would bring them to the point where they'd be ready to be in contact with you and maybe others.
Yeah, and there's obviously a reason they haven't, because it's been 12 years. And
yeah, there is, and they haven't, and you're still alive. You wonder about that?
Not really, because the way things progressed, it would have been really detrimental to the program and to them if all of a sudden I disappeared. And probably the only reason for that was that John Lear's suggestion and insistence to go into George Knapp at the time.
Yes, George Knapp is a Las Vegas.
He's an investigative journalist.
Investigative journalist, that's right, a big-time one here in Las Vegas. He's done a number of UFO specials over the years, and you went to John, and John said, go public, go to George Knapp.
Well, at the time, I think there was a few days there where I hid at John's house.
I remember that.
Because tensions got pretty high, so I just looked for a place I could stay other than my house because I had no idea what was going on. And the decision was made to go do that, and in fact, George broke in more or less. It was at the top of the 5 o'clock news in Las Vegas, and I went on in silhouette and said what was going on, and certainly if anything would have happened to me from that point on, it would have cast everything in stone and said, hey, this guy said so-and-so, and, it looks like it was true. If he was just a nutcase, what would you bother killing him for?
Well, they didn't erase you, but they kind of erased part of your employment histories and as much information as they could about your history with them, right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, Bob Exler was one of the guys that did the research, and I think he was a NASA systems specialist, and now, I don't know about now, but then, was pretty heavy into UFO investigation, and he had some contacts down at the IRS, so I let him have all the information. My W-2 form from there, with naval intelligence and Social Security number, and, he went after everything. And from the IRS, he got notified that information regarding my Social Security number is classified, that the numbers, the employer designation numbers on my W-2 form were for, I forgot what bizarre government agency, but they were valid. And, he did bring up a lot of good information, and it ran into a lot of block walls that were completely inaccessible.
Even your history at Los Alamos was somewhat erased, although I'm remembering that you came away, or somebody came away with your name on an employment list or a phone list from Los Alamos.
Yeah, that was the only thing that they couldn't have deleted, was the old printed phone list. And, that's one of the things. On top of that, what proved to be a big plus, too, is, remember, again, the jet car article. And in the front page of that newspaper, in the first few paragraphs, now this is a small town, Los Alamos, everybody knows everybody's business, they say, Bob Lazar, a physicist working at the Los Alamos Mason Physics Facility. This is the Los Alamos newspaper. So you can't go back in time and get rid of that paper. So I had that. I had my name in the internal lab phone book directory. So, they were stuck with that before. They had denied it for years. He never lived here. He never worked here. It's just a big lie. And
yeah, they did reach back and erase as much as they were able. They just didn't get it all.
Yeah, George Knapp is the only guy at the time not that I trusted, but also had, the ability to do this. And I flew with him back to Los Alamos and went back to where I worked and to the people I worked with and, the areas I got him into in the lab. And, he did a lot of footwork.
Look, I've had a lot of dealings with George over the years, and I've come to trust him. He's a very trustworthy guy. He certainly is. All right, very quickly, just a couple questions. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bob Lazar. Anything real quick?
Is that me?
That's you.
Oh, okay. I was wondering, hi, Mr. Lazar. Do you feel that we had any technology or do have technology to go to the moon? I don't feel that we did.
Well, you mean you think we never really went to the moon? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yes.
A lot of people have been saying this to me just in the past couple weeks. There's a good friend of mine, John Ferrat, who's kind of a bigwig in Hollywood, and, he absolutely, and this is a real knowledgeable guy, and apparently there was some show on Fox where they aired all the old Apollo films and analyzed them, and I never saw this, but it seems to have convinced him that we never went to the moon, and I don't know, I've spoken to Edgar Mitchell, who was the sixth man on the moon, and it sure seems like he went there. But I don't know. I really don't know.
Ed Mitchell made an interesting comment to me. I've done many interviews with Ed, and one question that seemed to really stump him was, Ed, do you remember, what was it like walking around on the moon? And he said, it's really strange. I just don't remember that many details of the whole thing. He said, I obviously remember it, but there are some details that strangely are missing, and he did make that comment.
It's possible to have faked the whole thing, but
who knows?
We know that the shuttle goes up there because you can look up in the sky and see it go by.
You certainly can.
So why is it that much more difficult to go to the moon? It's not that far away.
First-time caller line, you're on the air with Bob Lazar. Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
Okay, sir. Where are you?
North Hollywood, California.
Okay.
Yes. Hi, Bob.
Hi there.
Still driving the Corvette?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all right. Anyway, are you familiar with the Lockheed facility in Burbank?
The Skunk Works?
No, not Skunk Works. Talk about on the premises of the airport where the Janet flights took off.
In Burbank?
Yeah, Burbank, California. You worked in the 80s. What time do you work at Groom Lake facility?
What time? The times varied.
No, sorry, I mean the year.
That was in 88, 89.
Okay, so I'll give you a name. There's a guy who worked out. I don't know if he worked in your division, but the last name of Hayes. Do you know him?
All right. Well, let's hold it there. Do you want to disclose whether the name Hayes is on your list?
There is a name Hayes on the list.
Oh, there is a name Hayes on the list. Really?
Yeah, there is. Now, I don't know if there's a billion Hayeses in the world, but
there's a Hayes on the
there is a Hayes on the list.
Really? Okay.
I mean, there's also a Jones too.
Yeah, I know, but what it's still.
but there is a Hayes.
What are the odds?
Right.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Bob Lazar. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Where are you, please?
Here in Pahrump, Nevada.
And listening to?
KNI.
KNYE.
Yes, sir.
95.1 in Pahrump, Nevada. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Lazar, I'm a big fan of yours.
Oh.
And I was wondering how you feel about how the government's disavowed your knowledge of you and disrespected your work and everything.
Well, I'm, needless to say, not too thrilled about it. There isn't much I can do, but, there will never be a common ground between us. As far as I'm concerned, all ties are broken, and all promises are broken, too. And, it's one of the reasons I'm on the air. You want to treat me like that? Well, guess what?
Here's what you get.
Yeah.
If you, if they came back to you, and they said, with all the water that's gone onto the bridge, Bob, we've made a lot of progress. We'd like to take you up there and show you how much we've done, how far we've come, impossible as this is. If they came to you with that and said, however, there are going to be a million conditions and more security checks and blah, 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 would you be able to turn that down? Would you tell them to go fly a kite?
I would certainly love to do that, but in view of what's gone on, I can't possibly trust them. You know, it's a completely remote, isolated area, and once you're there, they could really do anything. It's to say, hey, you're not going home.
And you wouldn't go home. You'd just be not even a lump in the desert, but far below it somewhere.
Who knows? I mean, maybe that's all fantasy, but, you know, I cannot trust them. And I would absolutely love to get back into the technology. I mean, it was the greatest scientific experience I've ever had, you know, working with it, and I'd love to see what else they've done, and, you know, love to lend a hand and become part of the project again, but I can't.
I'd say the chances of them coming to you like that are
zero.
Yeah, absolute zero anyway. Just an interesting question. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bob Lazar. Hello.
Bob?
Yeah.
You fascinate me by saying what part of the universe this thing came from. Where did it come from, did you say? How can you say that with definiteness, with being definite, sureness in your voice? And was your job to reproduce this fuel, and is this fuel called 115? And how far did they ever fly this thing, or did they tell you?
All right, well, first of all, the assuredness in his voice came from the fact that they told him that's where it came from, correct, Bob?
Right. I did not determine this myself, and again, this was just in a written satellite briefing of the project, so whether or not that's true or not, you know, I cannot stand up to that fact, but it is possible because the other things that I read in the briefings that I did get hands-on experience with are accurate and true. So I don't have any reason to disbelieve it, but because I don't know it for a fact, it just kind of sits in that special place in my mind where it possibly might not be true. But again, you know, why throw a lie in there if we're trying to get all this work done and find out what the basis is of this thing? The origin of it may have something to do with the operation of it, so I don't think they would have taken the opportunity to lie about it there. So now, I kind of believe that was true.
Now, knowing what you know about the drive systems, you said, you referred, I think, earlier to some of the Belgian sightings. Mm-hmm. When you consider all the UFO sightings, and I'm sure you've seen a million pictures and moving video now of UFOs and all the rest of it, you think the Belgian sightings were perhaps accurate with what you know about the drive systems. Have you seen any other film or stills of UFOs that look like the real McCoy to you?
Absolutely, because once I started looking into it, now I don't research this stuff anymore, and I get a lot of people asking me UFO questions, and actually, believe it or not, it doesn't interest me. I liked being involved in the project, but I don't, you know, look into UFO stories or research this stuff. But when I did, when I said the craft operate in two modes, the Omicron and Delta configuration, when it's transitioning from Omicron to Delta, the way the craft flies through in space is belly first, not flying horizontal like you see in a science fiction movie. And as the craft leave the ground in Omicron mode, they perform a roll maneuver where the craft raises and, you know, eventually you see it at a 45-degree angle, and then it becomes straight up and down 180 degrees.
Right.
The amplifiers come up to power, they focus on a point, and the craft flies belly first at the target. And you see a lot of UFO photographs here and there with crafts ascending in the sky at a 45-degree angle, but flying up, or sitting at odd angles in the sky, and at least from what I can guess from the photographs, if they in fact are genuine, it looks like the craft are transitioning from one mode to another.
And so you've seen quite a few of those?
I've probably seen 3 or 4 of those.
3 or 4?
Yeah.
So the majority of UFO photos are by you pretty much dismissed, but every now and then one hits you and you say, hey, look at that.
Yeah, if it has something that clicks somewhere, but you know, these days, you just take a picture into Adobe Photoshop and, you know, you can make anything.
I do know. Bob, I can't thank you enough for coming on tonight. With regard to your movie, Blue Book Film, hey, do you have any idea what the title might be?
No idea. The only thing they talked about are the people that might play me. Is it James Spader, Kevin Spacey, or Mark Wahlberg? So that's about all I know at the time.
Brother, good luck with the movie, and thank you so much for laying so much new detail on us tonight.
No problem, Art, and I'd just like to say hi to my buddies Debbie and Nancy out in Chicago and the incredible Duger.
Good night, Bob.
Good night, Art.
All right, there you have it, folks. There's a whole lot of stuff you've never heard before. That was Bob Lazar. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast. See you tomorrow night. Open lines.
Welcome to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 20th, 1996.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, or good morning, as the case may be, and welcome to another edition of the best in live overnight talk radio, because this radio station cares enough to have live talk radio on. This is Coast to Coast AM, from the Tahitian and Hawaiian Islands, out over flyover country, to the Caribbean and the U.S., Virgin Islands, south into South America, north to the pole, and worldwide on the Internet. Good to be here. I'm Art Bell. All right, I've got a lot of things I want to cover this evening with you, and the first of which is to update the Roswell Arts Parts story. The testing on the parts continues, and it took a very, very strange twist this week. You may recall that Linda Bolton Howe got those parts tested by a scientist at a major university, and they tested to be 99% aluminum. You may recall Linda said aluminum, which is hard to say actually 3 or 4 times. Well, it turns out that, and remember now that though it was on the outside, they were tested with spectrography, with an electronic scanning microscope, and all the rest of it. The pieces in question that were tested, 6 millimeters times 6 millimeters times 1 millimeter thick, if 100% aluminum, should have weighed 97 milligrams apiece. They made a sudden, surprising discovery that, guess what? They weigh 160 milligrams each. That's the original weight. They went back and they checked a second time, and they said, how can this be? Now, it may be that there is some very, very bad alloy, and it's all buried inside. But the spectrography showed there was nothing but aluminum on the outside. They cut one open, with my permission, and found what seems to be solid aluminum inside. They're going to do some more spectrography and so forth and so on the pieces now, but they have a great mystery. In other words, these things weigh twice what they should weigh if they are, as reported and tested, 100% aluminum. So right now we have a great mystery, and we have no idea what these things are. Tune in next week as the second part of the test is revealed. But right now, we've got a big mystery on our hands, and nobody can answer why. The U.S. Supreme Court has overturned the state of Colorado's constitutional amendment that was to forbid the passage of any law which protects homosexual rights. Today, the U.S. Supreme Court said the whole thing, in fact, is unconstitutional. It is considered a victory for homosexual rights. The vote, 6-3, the majority opinion, said such a provision singled gays out, so much so that it cannot be explained by anything but animosity for gays. The minority view said the amendment sought simply to preserve traditional moral values. And so one might ask whether this marks... Well, what does this mark? Does it signal freedom? Even though you're not gay? That you would believe this signals individual freedom for gays to eventually marry, for gays to go into the military without having to participate in don't ask, don't tell? Or does it mark the day the walls in America began to fall? Which do you think? I watched 60 Minutes Sunday, and there was the single most shocking story that I can ever recall hearing. About a nation committing suicide. You're not going to believe, if you didn't see the show, you're probably not going to believe some of the stats. I'm going to Moscow this summer in August. And it's got to give one pause before one goes. I'm going anyway because I really want to see it. There are going to be elections next month in Russia. Right now, the communist candidate is leading. Life expectancy for Russian males over the last 7 years, folks, has gone from 65 years of age down to 58 years of age. Soon to 53 years of age by the year 2005. This kind of drop is unparalleled in modern history. 800,000 more Russians die than are born every year. Maternity wards are half empty. They've got 2 abortions in Russia for every birth. Only 1 in 4 children in Russia are born healthy. The country is literally, socially disintegrating in front of their very eyes. It gets worse. In industrially polluted areas, there are many of them, 40%, I said 40% of all the births are with defects, mostly mental. My God. The average consumption by Russians of vodka equals 1/2 bottle per day per person. 99% of all injuries treated in hospitals are due to alcohol consumption. 50% of the water in Russia is polluted. New and old diseases are on the rise. Drugs everywhere. 1 in 6 in Russia will become drug addicts. 1 in 6. One woman was seen saying, democracy is killing us. It seems to me this is a country poised for what? Revolution? A revolution at the ballot box, going back to communism, where the old saying was, we pretended to work, they pretended to pay us. There are a few rich people in Russia. Basically, though, the poverty level in Russia is apparently just through the roof. And so it's the wrong phrase to say I'm looking forward to seeing it, but I am. I want to see if it's really this bad, so I will indeed, with some trepidation, go to Moscow. But it sounds incredible. Have you ever heard such statistics? It is virtually a national suicide. The president renewing MFN status for China does so with the blessing of Bob Dole, who also wants it. Speaking of Bob Dole, again, a lot of talk about why he quit over the weekend. Why do you think he did? To spend more time campaigning? To distance himself from Newt Gingrich? Because it's time to go up or out? tell you, Bob Dole is probably going to have to separate himself in some way from Newt Gingrich and the Republican revolution now bogged down, or he's going to have a problem. And he does not seem inclined to do it. The Democrats are going to have a heyday with it. They're going to call it the Dole-Gingrich campaign. The admiral who committed suicide, Admiral Borda, was covered over the weekend, and we learned the genesis of the story. It was a group called the National Security News Service, actually 2 guys. They were guests on Meet the Press. The way the whole thing began was they requested a Freedom of Information document on the Admiral. They concluded he was not entitled to wear the V medal award, which means combat in Vietnam. They broke the news that the Admiral was wearing the medals, wearing medals he had not earned. Somehow Newsweek got hold of it. They were to have a 2:30 p.m. appointment with the Admiral. That is the day he committed suicide. Now, various people in the Navy have said the Admiral was indeed authorized, had spent time on destroyers in the war zone, in combat missions, and was entitled to wear them. Others have said no. But my question is, was it proper for the National Security News Service, and then I guess Newsweek to follow up, to make this into a story? Or should it, is it one of those things that they just should have dropped? Listen, I've got something really weird, really strange, that I want you all to investigate for me and give me an opinion on. I stumbled into a very strange web page called EON-4. Eon, I guess you'd pronounce it, -4. And this is an extensive web page that claims we have made contact with extraterrestrials. And I'm going to read you a little bit of it. I know it's going to sound strange, but what I had Keith do was put a link up at the top of my webpage to EON-4 so that you can see it, so that you can make your own judgments about what is there. I'm going to read you a little bit of one of their statements of EON-4. We have made contact. On August 13th, 1992, the META, that's Multi-Channel Extraterrestrial Array, radio telescope at Harvard University, perceived a strong, narrow-band signal at 2840 megahertz. Unlike previous so-called events, this signal had an originating point less than 0.25 parsecs outside our own solar system. Observable distortion at this originating point led to the supposition this was the mouth of a radio-based Nexus navigator, spoken ribbon, reference, and then they go on and on and on. On October 20th, 1992, a full-fledged mathematics-based message was received from a highly advanced civilization situated at a far distant location in the universe. The first interaction between humankind and an extraterrestrial life form had begun. Since that day, and continuing through the present, a steadily growing share of the world scientific community has been privy to the regular open exchange of scientific and sociological data that's been taking place between ourselves and the EBE culture. Not unexpected, much of the science and technology this culture discusses with us exceeds our own current level of comprehension. Language has never been a barrier, though we've been able to understand only the most basic rudiments of their complex forms of communication. This life form has had no problem receiving information from us in any human language, from English to Singanese, and responding in kind, blah, 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 in other words, in the same language. 14 months after initial contact was made, the Society provided us with instructions to develop and construct a device that has allowed the transfer of physical matter through the RBNN, whatever that is. They acknowledged arrival of physical matter on June 7th, 1994, and it goes on and on and on. This is an extensive web page with ostensibly all kinds of scientific participants, and it claims, basically, that we have established communication with another life form. Now, this may be total bunk, but if it is very carefully constructed total bunk and looks real. That's all I'll say. That all of this, they say, Eon 4, is a project ongoing at Area 51. That's right near me. So, what I would ask you to do is to go to my web page, and courtesy of Keith, you will see at the very top a link to Eon 4. There is a classified area of it and a supposed public area. Go in there, if you would, please, and find out what the hell this is all about. If anybody can rip it apart, I mean, to me, it looks real. But there have been very elaborate hoaxes certainly done before, and will be again. That it may be certainly may be a hoax, but it impressed me sufficiently to have you go and investigate. In addition, I sent the people at Eon 4 actually several pieces of email requesting an interview, and I would ask you to do the same for me. Let us get these people on the air and tell us what this is all about. So again, it's right at the top of my website. Go in there, jump with the link, and go take a look at the complete text and the project. I mean, you've got project personnel listed and all kinds of things. It's incredible. You can only wonder what's on the classified side. So take a look. My website is www.artbell.com. Here's a kind of an interesting story from Toronto. A research team plans to exhume 7 bodies from, get this, permafrost in hopes of finding what caused a global epidemic that killed 20 million people in 1918 and 19. The 1918 epidemic was called Spanish fly at the time, but scientists didn't have any way to identify exactly what it was. Marked by sudden fever, chills, headache, malaise, muscle pain, pneumonia, and rapid death, it killed more people than all the fighting in World War I. The Canadian team believes the deadly virus might still be lurking in the lungs of the frozen bodies preserved in nature's deep freeze on a Norwegian Arctic island. They say special care is needed so the microbes don't revive once freed from their icy storage. Now, I wonder how many of you think this is a good idea. Here you've got one of the biggest plagues in history, and the scientists think they're going to dig some people up and get good, healthy samples of this horrible virus. Sounds like a plot from a science fiction book or something, doesn't it? All right, well, I'm not done. I've got more. I've got quite a bit on the Freemen this morning, so we'll get to that. Then we'll get the lines open, for it is unscreened, unpredictable, spontaneous talk radio coming up next.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. Listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 20th, 1996.
Yes, the Russian story hit a lot of people. Here's one of them, Sean in Yucca Valley. Art, for me, the most remarkable thing about that report on 60 Minutes on Russia is that the whole country hasn't already violently exploded. The ability of the Russian people to endure suffering is beyond belief. It really is. Well, I guess, we had a couple of close calls. An asteroid came within 279 miles of Earth. We always find out about this just when it's occurring. That's close, folks. Not quite as close as the moon, but close. We got a 4-day warning this time. We could have used more. Would 4 days have been enough to stop it? They say the next time it comes around, it may get pulled in by Earth's gravity and could hit. We're getting an awful lot of asteroids, an awful lot of comets, an awful lot of things out there recently that seem to be getting closer and more frequent. Anybody notice that one? The Freeman, I want to cover some on that. The 57th day now of the standoff, in fact longer now than Waco. They had more talks today, very heated at times, in other words, yelling at each other, and they got nowhere. State Senator Duke walked out of one of the meetings. Apparently he's getting frustrated as well. Present 100 FBI agents, 22 people they believe inside, 3 children. Bo Greitz spoke at the Ontario Airport Marriott Hotel in Ontario, California, on Friday, and talked some about Freeman. Said it was, he tried very hard to convince them to surrender to avoid bloodshed. Said he thought Randy Weaver would have been good to have with them to show the Freeman what heartbreak and suffering they and their loved ones could experience if the standoff comes to a violent end. Mr. Greitz says that a so-called Gang of 4 made everyone take holy oaths to remain in the compound, and that the oath would be violated if anybody tried to leave. So, some of these people are being, at this point, apparently held, he feels, against their will. Quite remarkable. That is a true story. Did anybody see the other segment on 60 Minutes? The Turner Diaries. All about Dr. William Pierce, the physicist turned radical. 200,000 copies have gone out so far. Now, the Turner Diaries would be a book that allegedly Timothy McVeigh regarded as his Bible. In it, the doctor, the good doctor, says we ought to get rid of all the blacks and the Jews in America in order to get back the America we have lost. It has become the Bible of the far extreme right. In one chapter of the Turner Diaries, a fictional character, militia person, drives a vehicle full of a fertilizer bomb into the FBI building, the basement of the FBI building in Washington, D.C., and blows it into little pieces. Kind of sounds familiar, doesn't it? The good doctor thinks, quote, if we don't like what we see, we should do something about it, end quote. He said, America, our America, is disintegrating in front of our eyes because of race mixing. Race mixing. He most admires Adolf Hitler, called blacks rapists, thugs, and cannibals, and theorized when the balloon goes up, blacks will be eating people, cannibalizing people. This was William Pierce, author of the Turner Diaries. What a strange, weird character he is. How many of you think America is disintegrating because of the mixture of races? Well, I've got a lot more, but not time for it, so I'll just leave it right there. That's plenty of food for thought, I suppose. So whatever you want to talk about is fair game. The lines are open. The numbers are as follows. First-time callers to the program, area code 702-727-1222. The wildcard lines, 702-727-1295. West of the Rockies, 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, it's 1-800-825-5033. Outside the good old USA, you can call us toll-free. Get the USA Direct Access number, or call the USA AT&T operator and have her call 800-893-0903. And I don't care where you are in the world, it won't cost you a penny. That's 800-893-0903. All right, folks, back. It'll be the first call of the week. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello.
Yeah, Art?
Yes.
Let me turn off
Turn
the
it
radio.
off. There you go.
This is cool, being the first caller.
Yes, indeed. For the week. Where are you?
Kansas City, Missouri.
All right.
Kevin.
Yes, Kevin.
First of all, I wanted to find out what that was on the opening theme.
My opening theme?
Yeah, tonight.
Was, A Midnight Express.
Okey-doke. Also, did you see last week the Doctor Who movie?
No.
Missed a good one. That was what your alien caller from Scaros was.
Really?
Yeah, it's a reference from one of the big baddies from Doctor Who.
I see.
It's a race of robots.
No kidding.
Anyway, that's about it.
See you later.
Okay, thanks.
Bye. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art. Buzz the Radio Spy.
Yes, how you doing, Buzz?
Oh, long time no talk to.
Indeed.
Yes, and one of the things you mentioned is about the Eon 4.
You bet.
And you did mention about hoax pages. And through Keith's work, my hoax page that I set up on April Fool's Day drew a lot of paranoid people. So there are some out there.
Buzz, have you gone to look at this yet?
No, I haven't, but I will as soon as the rush dies down, probably about 4 a.m.
I see. Well, I would appreciate sincerely your input. Now, it may be some sort of commercial venture, it may be a big hoax, whatever it is, it's done very, very well.
And I like looking at well-done pages. It gives me my creative, because I like, the creative input on how to write a good page.
Well, I was surfing about and found it, and I've never seen anything like it.
Topic 2 of 3, are you going to come and visit us this morning?
Come and visit you.
On the IRC.
Oh, I may do that, yes.
Alrighty. And number 3, about what happened in Colorado.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sort of glad that we can now extend full citizenship to all law-abiding Americans. And maybe if this all dies down, the gays and lesbians won't be in our face so much.
Well, I wonder about that.
Well, there is a gay activist who has a weekly talk show here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's his view from the gay community. And from the gay acquaintances gay and lesbian acquaintances that I have, that seems to be what they want from the more moderate end. Just give us our rights, leave us alone, quit picking on us, and we'll leave you alone.
Well, I've always been more or less, Buzz, an advocate of that anyway. As long as people leave me alone, I'm inclined to leave them alone.
Me too. And if you have a comment, and I'll take that off the air, about the Ruby Ridge movie.
All right, thank you. It seemed concocted to... That's the best way to put it. not serve the purpose of engendering any sympathy for Mr. Weaver and his family. That was my take on it. Iraq now allowed to sell $1 billion in oil every 90 days for food and medicine. It should lower gas prices here in the U.S. Oh, we'll see. Do you think the $1 billion every quarter will actually end up going for food and medicine? That's a big question. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Russell calling from South Lake Tahoe.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to possibly suggest a guest for your show,
Okay.
Jacques Cousteau. He visited South Lake Tahoe a number of years ago and spent about 3 days here and brought a submarine down. And his statement when he was finished was that the world is not ready for what I found in Lake Tahoe.
You know, it's strange. I have heard a lot of stories about things being in Lake Tahoe. And I don't know what it is down there, but there apparently is something.
Many divers that go into Lake Tahoe will not dive there again because they say it's a very scary experience.
Yep. Well, it's also very cold.
Yeah.
I appreciate your call, sir. Thank you. Jacques Cousteau would be a lot of fun to have as a guest. Do you think he would open up and tell us what lies beneath the generally tranquil surface of and very clear water of Lake Tahoe? Something down there. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Turn your radio off, please.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
There you are.
I wanted to find out if there's any relevance in ARCO advanced power technologies with their involvement, or they had been involved early on in the HARP project. That the purpose of their being involved more than anything else was to sell oil to the HARP project because it would involve only having to sell oil directly right there in Alaska rather than having to transport it any further away than absolutely necessary to reduce their cost to make maximum profit.
The last word I heard on HARP was that it had been at least temporarily shut down. Now,
Right.
I'm not sure that's accurate, but that's what I heard.
Yeah, the last that I had heard is that funding had been froze, but they had still gone ahead with testing in that. So where the money or funds came from, or whether they had funds left over in reserve from what had been approved and given to them in prior time, is the only thing I could figure, or whether private interest behind it is actually funding it to accelerate their program.
Yes, I'm not sure, and I can't tell you about ARCO.
I see.
All right?
Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, sir, and have a good morning. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, how you doing, Art?
Okay.
Yeah, my name is Robert from Yuba City, California.
Yes, Robert.
Yeah, I got about 100 things I want to talk about, but there's 3 important ones.
All right.
Okay, first one is, I don't know if you heard about it, but here in California, in Yuba City, we had a guy kill an 8-year-old boy. I heard it on the news.
Yes.
Yeah, he was a registered sex offender. They let him out of prison.
Right.
Kind of makes me a little bit upset for the fact that they're letting sex offenders, child sex offenders, out and putting people away for smoking marijuana. That kind of upsets me. I don't know how you feel about it personally. Second is that I think somebody in Pennsylvania took you up on your idea about poisoning the drugs.
Well, we've had reports of heroin.
Yeah, bad heroin bag.
That's right.
Yeah. And the other thing, oh man, you were talking about it.
You've forgotten.
That guy that killed himself?
Yes, Admiral Border.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of funny. I mean, most people don't kill themselves by shooting themselves in the chest.
Well, that was my first take on it, too. I mean, it's unlikely.
Yeah, because if you're going to kill yourself, there's much more positive ways of doing that.
Well,
especially when you're trying to point a gun back.
I would substitute effective rather than positive.
Okay.
Effective, yeah, as in blowing the top of your head off, of course. But I am fairly well satisfied that it was a suicide. You know what I'm interested in more than anything else? If you had been the one who got on to the story about the controversy regarding his wearing of the V medals, would you have pursued the story? Was it a legitimate story? Or do you think you would have regrets for having pursued that story in view of his suicide? West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. How are you doing? This is Mark.
Hi, Mark.
I have a couple of comments about the chupacabra.
Yes.
I have two theories. One would be that the, Mexican government is trying to do some kind of advertisement to take away some other ideas from the people down there.
Well, that is a theory that is ascribed to every big story that comes along, not just in Mexico, but here too.
Okay, I know my people. We're pretty, we believe too much sometimes in these kind of things and talk too much about it, but, And my other theory is this could be something that, some kind of animal that's living, close to in the center of the earth, or closer to there.
And slowly coming up through holes and getting people, huh? Mr. Bell, I first heard of the chupacabra about 2 weeks ago. I'm a truck driver. I had returned home when my wife said that some goats had been attacked a couple of miles from our home. This was televised locally in San Antonio. At first I thought the animal, chupacabra, was a wolf, an animal. Was surprised to find out otherwise, mainly because I had seen something that may have been this animal. I was leaving Wichita Falls, Texas, headed south on US 287. It was night. I'd barely left the city when I saw something descending into the light above the street lights. I was scared at first because I thought it was a crop duster making a crash landing. Then I thought it was a hang glider. When it had descended into the light, I could see it was a bird. Let me tell you, it was huge, 15 to 20 foot wingspan. Looked kind of like an owl to me. But because I was trying to dodge the thing, I can't tell you for sure what the thing was. You might see if they had any goat sucking in that area in the last couple of months. That's from Harold. Harold, who saw a chupacabra, he believes. The reports continue to come in. Over the weekend, front page in the L.A. Times. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
All right, Bill.
Yes.
John from Youngstown. I called you last week. I spent 16 days last year in Russia with a Russian family, and I covered 1,800 miles by train. What do you want to know?
Well, what do you want to tell us?
Well, the prices of most foods and commodities are 80% of what they are here.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on.
Apparently, that's still nearly 100% more than the Russian people can afford.
A Russian doctor makes $40 a month in equivalent, in rubles.
Yes, well,
my Russian friend's mother works full-time at daycare. She makes $21 a month, and 18 goes for rent.
Well, okay, thanks. One of the doctors they showed on 60 Minutes made $120 a month, and they asked him, how can you live on that? He said the way all Russians do, barely. We'll be back.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More Somewhere in Time coming up. Year Networks presents Art Bell Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 20th, 1996.
And I've got a web bulletin for you. You've got to take a look at this. I don't know if it's a hoax. It may well be. I would imagine it is. If it isn't, it's big news. If it's a hoax, it's one of the more elaborate, well-done professional hoaxes I've ever seen. Go to my webpage on the net. That's www.artbell.com. There you will find a link at the top of the page to something called Eon 4. EON-4. You take a look, and you tell me what you think. I took a look, and it blew my mind. Here's the facts on it. Art, Eon 4 is wild. I logged on when I saw your page this evening. The classified section is reached by an easy registration. Optional email updates available. The claim is we've sent an explorer team at the invitation of the, aliens, sentients. This team has reached the vicinity of their world, but with the loss of the team leader. It's hard to know what to think of the site and its story. The line is something like a video game, but there's nothing to do but read and think. Woo! That's comment number 1. And I'm sure we'll get more. Take a look. You let me know. I found it. Hi, Art. I checked out the Eon Force site. I don't know. But it seems like someone's sci-fi story presented in web format. And the Apple sponsorship adds to the suspicion. Still, even if it's not real, it's pretty cool. Thanks for putting it on your page. Mark, KSFO, San Francisco. Again, I reflect back on 2 60-minute stories over the weekend that I thought were incredible. Finally, they're doing some good stuff again. The story on Russia was staggering. I'm going to Moscow in August, and after seeing it, I go with more trepidation than I had in the first place. That place is just disintegrating, actually. Now, the cruise that I'm going on is going to stop at St. Petersburg, and I'm going to go ahead and take, which is beautiful. I'm going to go ahead and risk my neck and take the optional trip to Moscow, because I want to see it for myself. But boy, what they had on that show over the weekend. Wonder if you saw it. Also, the Turner Diaries. And the Turner Diaries appear to be the Bible for right-wing extremists like Timothy McVeigh. There was a chapter in there about somebody who blew up a federal building, FBI building, with a fertilizer bomb by driving into the basement. This was in Washington, D.C. And it parrots McVeigh's crime parrots this book almost chapter and verse, even down to the makeup of the fertilizer bomb. So they interviewed Dr. Pierce about his book. And basically, he would like to get rid of the blacks, Jews, and Hispanics in America and get back, in his opinion, what America has lost. I don't know what he means by that. I guess whitedom or something. At any rate, he says America is disintegrating because of racial mixing. How many of you agree with that? Said that blacks will become rapists, thugs, and cannibals. Unbelievable guy, and this is what a lot of people are following. Did anybody and this guy, by the way, is a physicist. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Out here in the Los Angeles area.
Okay, turn your radio off.
You know, something's happening here.
Where?
Well...
L.A.?
Yeah.
What?
Well, you see, there's all sorts of news medias here, the TVs. There's so many murders. What's going on in L.A. County? Yes. That watching all these stations and everything cannot keep tracks of them.
I know. Thank you. It's not just L.A. It's here, too. Watching the local Las Vegas coverage. You've got to wade through the murders at the beginning of the show each day. And it's quite a wade. Yet they say crime is down. Does it feel like crime is down to you? Maybe it's just the media. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Turn your radio off.
Okay. I have a comment about the Chupacabra.
Yes.
I was looking. I play Dungeons and Dragons quite frequently, and I was reading on your webpage, and I happened to look at the picture of it, and flipping through the monster manual, I found a couple pictures that quite resemble the drawing that was sent to you. And I was wondering if you'd be interested in seeing them.
Yes, of course.
Okay. How would I go about getting them to you? Because I don't know if I can fax them or not, because it is copyrighted material.
Oh, well, you really shouldn't. I can't advise you, sir, to transfer copyrighted material.
Okay. I can give you information on how to get the book.
All right.
It's by TSR Hobbies, and it's the Monstrous Manual. And on pages 370 and 371, there's two creatures that are used in the game, and combining the two together, you've got your drawing that's on your website.
All right, I'll research it.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll take a look. I'm telling you, this Eon 4 website is really weird. I sure would like to know who is behind that. Ostensibly, Apple is sponsoring it. I don't know whether that really means they are or whether they're just using Apple computers. It's really hard to say. But somebody has gone to an awful lot of trouble, that's for sure. I really can't get over this Turner Diary business. I have not read the Turner Diaries. Have any of you? It apparently, the most amazing thing is, a Jew is going to publish it. He doesn't agree with a bit of it, but he's going to publish it. I think that's amazing. Absolutely amazing. This guy was frightening because he was obviously very intelligent. But then I guess in his own way, so was Hitler. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art Bell.
Yes, sir.
Only Art Bell could pry me away from Michael Reagan, one of your competitors, this late at night. Actually, I'm calling from Clearwater.
Shouldn't be too hard. If Michael Reagan's on now, he's repeating.
That's true, yeah. We do catch it on tape delay out here.
Yep.
I have a couple of theories on your little arts parts there.
Oh, yes.
Now, if they say now, you'll have to pardon me for ignorance. I didn't take chemistry in school. That's public education for you. But if the parts are aluminum, you say that they're supposed to weigh 97 milligrams, but they actually weigh 160 something?
Yeah, in other words, they did initial testing, and they did spectrograph, they did electron scanning microscope and all of that, and it came back 99.9%, whatever it was, aluminum.
Right.
What they call 1100 aluminum in the industry. Now, the size is 6 millimeters by 6 millimeters by 1 millimeter thick. If it's 1100 aluminum, it should weigh exactly 97 milligrams.
All right.
But guess what? It weighs 160. Now, that's damn near double.
Right. I have a couple of theories. One of them is that if this is aluminum is definitely from another world, it is quite possible that in this other world they have a different gravitational density, different atmospheric density, so that when they work with aluminum, when it's over there, everything works like it's supposed to. But when it comes over here, it weighs more because our gravity on Earth is more.
Well, look,
that may be one thing you can, one possibility.
Anything is possible, sir, or there might be something else inside, but it would have to be a horrible alloy indeed. They cut one of them open, and they said it appeared to be aluminum throughout. If that's true, and if the center, which I have authorized to be tested, one destructive test, tests out to be 100% aluminum as well, then they've got themselves a most serious mystery.
Right, that's why I come up with this theory. Perhaps maybe that could explain it. If maybe a physicist is listening out there, they could better explain that. Another theory possibly is that I also know that if you either take away or attach protons or neutrons or electrons to an element, their atomic structure stays pretty much the same, but there's a different volume and weight and mass.
Right.
And so you could come out with the same aluminum, but different atomic structure, and so it would weigh differently. Possible?
Yeah, anything's possible. I appreciate the call, sir. Linda Howe called me up this last weekend all excited. She said it just can't be. She said the scientists went back and measured the pieces again to be very sure of what he was saying with regard to their size because of the relationship to the weight. And he came back puzzled. So now more tests must be done. And it may be that although it's unlikely that it would be just a bad alloy. But there was not even one little molecular piece of an alloy detected in all the testing done on the outside. So we've got a real mystery here. We'll see, and I'll let you know, but the story continues and the plot thickens. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is Monterey Dave, the economist.
Yes.
How are you doing tonight?
I am fine.
Regarding your last caller, the specific gravity of the aluminum should not vary according to the outside temperature, air pressure, and gravitational pull. The molecular structure will still be the same.
Well, you would think so, and you would think the elements would be identical.
So on Earth, it should be identical to aluminum 1100, like you're saying. But when you go to Russia, regarding another topic, don't go near Chernobyl.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there's 200 tons of uranium reactor fuel that's been melted into glass.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like a heart of a monster, man. If you go near there and that sarcophagus collapses, yeah.
Did you happen to see the coverage on this last Sunday of Russia?
No, I didn't, but I've been doing some work in that, and it's just appalling what's going on over there. There's incredible things that I mean, the Chernobyl disaster, just a little bit of that information is starting to leak out.
They should have had a revolution already there.
Yeah, they should.
Based on what I see here, this country should be torn apart.
Oh, yeah, and it is. We're going to be having a revolution here in Santa Cruz. In our marine sanctuary, we had a Freeman boater standoff.
Yeah, that's what I heard. A boater with a handgun, right?
Or some kind of weapon, they said.
Well, handgun.
Anyway, like you've been fretting about with all your militia nutcases out there, well, what they're thinking, or you are afraid of, is they'd all come to his aid. Well, 50 boats surrounded this lone Freeman boater out there in the bay, and they turned back the Coast Guard. Can you believe that?
Yes.
And so they let him go, and they're probably going to track him down later and punish him, but at least he got away. And he's sitting there saying, don't come near my boat or it's going to be like Waco. There's going to be flames and blood and on and on and on.
Mm-hmm.
You're not taking my gun.
Well, I don't think they wanted to take his gun. That wasn't the idea.
Well, they wanted to come on board, and when he threatened them with use of weapons, then they said, well, you're going to, give us your weapons, and we're going to come on board.
Was he inside territorial limits?
Yes, he was in our marine sanctuary, and there was some dispute as to whether or not it was a Coast Guard jurisdiction. But the main factor is that 50 other fishermen's boats came around and surrounded him to such an extent that they outgunned and outmanned the Coast Guard, and the Coast Guard had to turn tail and flee.
All right. Yes, that is all true. And at least the part about his turning them away is certainly true. Said, I'm sticking to my constitutional rights. Now, I don't really know what his constitutional rights are at sea, inside the limits. It seems to me if he would be subject to Coast Guard authority, that he would have to allow a boarding. I'm not really sure. I don't know enough about the laws of the sea to be able to tell you, but I do know he held them off. The story on 60 Minutes Sunday about Russia was one of the more unbelievable things I ever saw. I sat there with my mouth hanging open. God, it was incredible. Absolutely incredible. How can this country not be in full-fledged revolution? And remember, this country, described on Sunday, still has, 50,000 strategic, or at least nuclear weapons, with many of those being strategic, meaning they can push a button and 20 or 30 minutes later, nuclear hell rains down here. So you've got to bear that in mind as you look at the condition of Russia. Elections next month. The likely outcome, a return to communism. You don't hear many people saying much about it. But Boris Yeltsin is way far behind. He may be able to cut a deal, but barring that possibility, Russia may well go back to communism beginning next month. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Ed in Finland, California.
Hello, Ed.
A couple of things. First, about those scientists wanting to dig up the bodies that were killed by the Spanish flu.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Not a good idea. We have enough problems, and if they happen to slip up, we're going to have even more. sounds like. I know there's a disease out here called valley fever, and it's not that lethal, but whenever they dig up an old body in a graveyard here, sometimes it...
I mean, they're actually doing this so they can get to the lungs of these people thought to have died of this disease and revive this virus, revive the virus, and suppose it got loose.
That's it. They can say, well, you know, it's going to be like the, I think it's Andromeda strain type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, you had Brad Steiger on Saturday. I tried to reach you, but I couldn't get
Sunday.
through. Oh, Sunday, okay. He had something in his book, one of his books one time about the Forest of Lost Children. And that was about the Angeles Forest area here, about children, that mysterious disappearances there. And he said, I believe, something about time warps being these mountains here. So if anybody could give me more information on it, or didn't he have an address that people could write to?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
And no, I don't have it handy, but I appreciate the call, sir. The Brad Steiger show on Dreamland Sunday was excellent. If you want a copy of it, or for that matter, the Mitchell Hoagland debate, or anything we do with a guest or any Dreamland program, you can get copies by calling 1-800-917-4278. That's 1-800-917-4278. With regard to this plan to dig up these people frozen in the tundra, with the 1918 epidemic that was called, I think they called it Spanish fly, not flu at the time. At any rate, they say it will, quote, be done with the greatest respect and dignity, adding that extreme safety precautions will be taken so the microbe will not be unleashed again. I'm still not convinced it is what I would call a good plan. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Going once.
Yes. Hello?
Yes, turn your radio off.
Okay, it's off.
That's good. Now speak.
Okay. I just had some information about the Russian topic.
Yes, sir.
And I'm an environmental geologist, and I've done some research on the subject and had a good book for him to read.
Really?
And
him? Well, him is me.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
You're on the air.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
You're sorry to be on the air?
No.
Oh, okay.
Misunderstood.
Well, now you're at a break, so if you want to stay on the air, you're going to have to hold on.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, you won't hear anything during the break. Don't let it worry you. By the way, yes, we do have Vivian on this morning. If you want to call and see me do the show, she's up and running.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. The past on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
Thanks to the caller who waited. You're back on the air, sir.
Yes. The book I was calling about is called Ecocide in the USSR.
Yes.
And it's by Murray Feshbach and Alfred Friendly Jr.
Well, it is ecocide going on there. Can you imagine 1 out of 4 children born with mental illness?
It's kind of frightening, isn't it?
Frightening? It's the decimation of an entire country. I mean, they are actually committing national suicide.
That's one way to put it, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Kind of puts the environmental fight in this country in perspective, though, doesn't it?
40% of all babies born with mental defects, maternity wards half empty, 2 abortions for every birth, 800,000 more dying than born every year. Life expectancy to fall to has already fallen from 65 to 58. There should be a revolution going on there. And if there isn't one, there's going to be one. And when there is, I wonder what they're going to do with all those nuclear weapons.
Who knows? Let's see. But I mean, I guess the gist of this book was discussing how the economy and so forth could not rebound because of these restraints that have been put on it. And some of the figures I gave as of 1990, and these are Russian estimates, were between 15 and 17% of the gross national product of that country. Mm-hmm. And 60 billion rubles a year just for environmental abuse. And, it goes on and on and on. Goes on about Chernobyl, and, I don't know if you knew this or not, but you remember the pictures on TV, you saw the people in the suits going in and out, and, the foreign minister that was in charge of, or the scientific supervisor for that, site stated that every one of them are dead now that you saw on TV, between 5,000 and 7,000. And anyone that was exposed more than a half an hour to that radiation at the site is now dead.
Well, I heard that, but I also heard that those who were exposed in a wider way, while there has been an increase in some kinds of cancer, mainly in children, that they have not had the kind of cancer rates they thought or expected or should have had as a result of that kind of contamination. But nationwide, I mean, forget Chernobyl. The real contamination is occurring because of pollution. So serious that 40% of the children are born with birth defects. Can you imagine that? In areas of industrial pollution, 40%, mostly mental defects. Their population is dying. Their country is dying. One woman said, "It is democracy. It's killing us." So what do you think they'll do next month when they have the elections? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, Art.
Hello.
Yeah, Art. This is Ed in Spokane.
Yes.
I've got a question about the chupacabra.
Yes, sir.
Does anybody said what kind of noise it makes, or does it make a noise or anything?
They say it makes a very, very loud hissing noise, kind of like a jet plane, almost.
Uh-huh. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. That's all I've heard. Chupacabra reports coming now from everywhere. Art, I just left the page for Eon 4. It is incredibly well done. Too well done for something like it to be real. It's pretty interesting that the current mission commander is supposedly a space shuttle astronaut / pilot. Should be easy to verify. That is, if it's a public mission, I would add. In the image archive, I'm a little concerned with the quality of the images transmitted back from the sentient location. They would presumably be sent digitally, but they show typical analog signal degradations, lines, etc. I don't believe that digital signals would be degraded in this manner. Conclusion, too slick to be the real thing. From Tom. I agree, Tom. It is very slick. That's why I put the link in. I've never seen anything like it. Now, maybe it is some sort of slick, weird promotion for a movie. Maybe it's somebody's idea of a joke. Whatever it is, it's very, very well done. You'll find it right at the top of my webpage, and I suggest you go take a look and tell me what you think. It is a project supposedly going on at Area 51, adjacent to me here. It is supposedly revealing to the world that we have made contact. Go take a look. Eon 4. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Art, how you doing?
Okay.
Hey, this is Mike in Central Texas.
Yes, Mike.
Listen, I really enjoyed. I loved the Pornell interview that you did on Friday or a couple Fridays ago.
Dr. Pornell, yeah.
Yeah, really thought it was great. Has anybody called in about the DCX rocket yet?
Oh, yes. People have commented on it. That's a rocket the doctor said was virtually designed in his living room.
Yeah. Anyways, they did a test on it on Saturday. Has anybody called in about that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And about the fire, and I just woke up, so I didn't.
You just woke up, okay.
Yeah. But I just think that's incredible. I mean, normally if you've got a fire and or explosions, that's it, That's it, but now it's become sort of a wink and a nod,
Yep.
Geez, this is how good our design is, I think it's fascinating.
Yep.
So.
Well, that makes two of us.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Take care. Yes, very interesting indeed. And I want to know more about that craft. East of the Rockies, you're on the air, top of the morning. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Where are you?
In Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Baton Rouge. All right. Well, you're on the air. Turn your radio off.
Okay.
That's good. Get that radio off.
My name is Dmitry. I'm from Russia. I studied at Louisiana State University. I will graduate this summer, and I'm going to law school. And after I get my law degree, hopefully in 3 years, I'm going back to Russia. And I believe that the future of Russia depends on people like me, not the people who just can't take care of themselves and their children and their...
Dmitry, did you see 60 Minutes on Sunday?
Oh, sorry, I did not.
Did you hear what I said about it, though?
Yes, I've heard about what he said.
It is far worse than anybody thought. I mean, it's really the suicide of a country.
Well, I don't think it's that bad. Journalists, they tend to look for the worst facts they can find,
Well, they sure found some bad ones.
Oh, yeah, because, people in Moscow and St. Petersburg especially live very well.
Yes, I know that is true in St. Petersburg, but that is also because of the tourism there. The question is about the rest of the country, and specifically about Moscow.
Now, what about Moscow?
Well, they showed a number of the hospitals in Moscow. They gave us stats about how many Russians are dying versus those being born. There are now 2 abortions in Russia for every live birth.
Well,
how long has it been since you've been home?
I've been living in the United States for a year and a half, but my relatives, they all live in Russia, and I talk to them every week, and they actually are very optimistic. My father is a lawyer, and he says the situation is getting better every day. The business life is reviving, and many people are actually better off now than they were during the communism. Especially those people who can work, who are willing to work. Unfortunately, that welfare system that existed during the communism era in the former Soviet Union, it actually destroyed in people the desire to work hard, to earn hard, like the people in the United States, they...
Well, yes, we know that. Believe me, we know what communism did, but it looks now like the election next month will bring a communist back.
Well, but you said that the Yeltsin is trailing Zyuganov pretty badly, but as far as I know, he's ahead in most polls, 1 or 2 points ahead in almost every poll.
That is not true.
That is not true?
That is not true.
Wow. Well, in this case, well, I don't know what to say since my father told me...
Mr. Yeltsin is in single digits.
Maybe you're talking about Mr. Gorbachev now. Mr. Gorbachev is really in single digits.
No. Mr. Yeltsin is in single digits.
That's big news to me.
All right, well, I'm sorry to be the one to have to give it to you, but it is true. And right now, the communist is way out ahead. What Mr. Yeltsin is trying to do is to make a deal, to put together some sort of a coalition government. Whether that'll come off or not, who knows? If half of what they said on 60 Minutes was true about Russia, that nation is teetering on the edge of complete disaster. Now, there's nothing like seeing for yourself, and I am going to go there, and I am bound and determined to see for myself. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Mr. Bell.
Yes.
My name is Elizabeth. I call from WSDR, Sterling, Illinois.
Well, welcome.
I called you before. How about Russia? My husband was in Russian prison. My father was in Russian prison during the Second World War, after the Second World War.
Yes.
It is absolutely true. Communism is coming back. My husband never talked about prison because he couldn't. He had terrible nightmares.
I'm sure he did.
And he told me, honey, remember one thing before he died. A communist is a communist, and he always will be a communist, and Russia gonna stay communism no matter what they tell you.
All right, well, I happen to believe you. I believe that communism is on the way back to Russia. It's a sad thing. It's too bad. It's too bad that they've been unable to make the transition. I'm not exactly sure why it is, why democracy has not flourished and reached the common person. I guess everything takes time, and I don't think there's going to be enough time for democracy or a representative democracy to take hold in Russia. So I'm very concerned, and I'm glad that I'm going to get over there and get a look pretty soon. I'll come back, and I'll tell you what I found. You just can't depend on news reports. You've got to see for yourself. And I will try to get to some hospitals. I will try and talk to some people who can either verify or knock down what we've heard. And I'll let you know. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. Jerry in Los Angeles.
Hi, Jerry.
Art, did you hear that the European Union is requiring for buying and selling a mark that you have to have?
Mark of the beast, right?
That's what I think it is.
Do you?
Well, if you take a look at the symbol of the European Union, which is a woman sitting on a beast. I mean, I don't need to have a house fall on me to realize this is a prophecy unfolding right in front of our eyes.
And so what are you going to do about it?
Have a closer relationship with my God.
In that case, you'll be in when the time comes, and many will be out. Right? Because that's all you can do. Everybody has to do their own individual thing. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, this is Ruben in San Antonio.
Ruben, can barely hear you, Ruben. Speak up.
Is this Art?
Yes.
Yes, this is Ruben in San Antonio.
Right.
Yeah, I had a few things to talk about.
Talk.
One of them was the chupacabra.
Yes.
Yeah, I was with that guy that called last week. He was talking about it might be from Brazil, burning down the rainforest, something they let go.
Something that came out of the rainforest, yes.
Yes.
Or the swamps of Puerto Rico, who knows?
Oh, yeah, well. And the other thing was, you read the Bible?
Yes.
Thank you. In the Bible, can you find any place in there where it says anything about dinosaurs?
Dinosaurs?
Yes.
No, but you can find areas where it talks about unusual, weird creatures that will be about in the final days. One might put the chupacabra in such class. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Oh, hello, Art. This is Patrick in Portland, Oregon.
Hi, Patrick.
Turn off my radio here.
Yes.
Yeah, a couple of things. I've just discovered your show in the last couple of weeks, and got hooked. It's a terrific show.
I have had more people saying that to me, that they found it in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, actually, I discovered it via your website.
Ah.
So, yeah, it's because it's connected with, there's so many connections to other websites.
Yes, there are.
Yeah, anyway.
Be sure and go up there and look at this Eon 4 and let me know.
Okay. I'll have a quick look at it. Usually when I see something like that that's probably fictional masquerading as true, I usually kind of
Well, that may be, but at least take a look.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, just briefly here. Really enjoyed the debate between Hoagland and Edgar Mitchell.
Yes.
Do you have any idea when they'll be back on again together on your show? Have they given any indication?
Well, Richard is now on the way to England.
Uh-huh.
And Dr. Mitchell has received some new material. So when he has digested those...
Oh, right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. And second, regarding the death of Admiral Bourda.
Yes. If you were a journalist and you got onto that story, would you run it or not?
I think I would, but first of all, I think this question we're focusing on now of whether or not they should have pursued the story and aired it.
Yes.
kind of presupposes that he did indeed commit suicide. Now, you said you were fairly satisfied that he did.
Yes, I am.
I don't, of course, claim to know for sure one way or the other, but I, on the other hand, am not.
Yes, before you make an allegation otherwise, do you have one scintilla of proof that it was not a suicide?
Right.
Do you?
No, I do not, and I'm aware of that. One thing I would wonder about. I know they've been reporting that there were two suicide notes that he left.
That's right. One for the enlisted men.
Right, and of which a part has been made public, and
right.
The other one hasn't been read from at all, or hasn't been made public. One thing I would like to know is whether those notes were written in his own handwriting, or whether, on the other hand, they were typed, or perhaps written out in all caps, or something like that. And if they were typed, were they signed? I mean, I would certainly be satisfied if it was clear that they were written in his own handwriting.
Well, what would make me suspicious is if we found in one of them a paragraph that said, and, by the way, I cannot believe the innocence of the Clintons. Look, thank you. I have no reason to believe it's anything but a suicide. Now, what I am slightly suspicious about is that there may be more to it, folks, than we have been led to believe. In other words, there may be reasons beyond the medals that he wore. I'm going to screen some calls between now and the end of the news at the top of the hour. Again, referring to the 60 Minutes piece on the Turner Diaries by Dr. William Pierce, a Ph.D., a physicist, a man who has written virtually the Bible for the extreme right wing politically in America. It is regarded that way. A man who believes that we should get rid of all the blacks, Hispanics, and Jews and get back the America we lost. A man who believes that America is disintegrating because of racial mixing. What I would like is somebody who agrees with Mr. Pierce. And so if you agree with Mr. Pierce and these two statements that I just gave you that are attributed to him, call me at area code 702-727-1222. If you sincerely agree, if you are a student of the Turner Diaries, then I want to hear from you. Everybody else, hold off on that line. I'm going to be screening calls during the news to get somebody willing to argue in a debate, somebody who agrees with the Turner Diaries. If that's you, call me now at 702-727-1222, and we will have a debate. Be right back.
The trip back in Art Bell, somewhere in time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 20th, 1996.
It is indeed. I'm Art Bell, and we're still looking for somebody. I've had many wannabes, but nobody who actually wants to argue the point. 16 Minutes did a big piece on the Turner Diaries. Dr. William Pierce. They interviewed Dr. Pierce. The Turner Diaries are coming out once again. The Turner Diaries are a collection of, it's kind of actually it's a fiction that unfortunately today appears to have become reality with the explosion in Oklahoma City. At any rate, Dr. Pierce Sunday said that, or agreed, that his philosophy basically says that we have got to get rid of the blacks, Hispanics, and Jews and get back the America we have lost. Quoting 60 Minutes. He believes that America is disintegrating because of racial mixing. Do you agree with that? If you agree with that, call me at area code 702-727-1222. If you don't agree with that, don't call me on that number, because you'll just be wasting your money. I'm looking for somebody who basically agrees with those incredible tenets. If I find that person, we will do a debate. And for this purpose, I am screening calls, so it'd be an absolute waste of your money to call that number otherwise. But if you agree with those statements, call now, 702-727-1222. If you disagree, any other number will do. So, in a moment, I think we'll have ourselves a little debate on that exact topic. Should be interesting. Continue to screen calls here. Hello, do you agree with the Turner Diaries?
Well, I haven't read the Turner Diaries, but his point about disintegration I agree with.
You do?
Yes.
What about his point about getting rid of the blacks, Hispanics, and Jews to get back, quote, the America we lost?
Well, I'm afraid I didn't see the whole interview. I just saw the excerpt on the late night news.
Doesn't matter.
If he means forced, repatriation and all that stuff, I don't see any way to do that. I would just argue that we have to stop government policies that do things racially, and that's what I would say we have to do.
Well, that isn't what he said. So I guess you don't qualify.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, what he said was we should get rid of the blacks, Jews, and Hispanics to get back the America we lost, and that America is disintegrating because of race mixing. If you agree with that, then call me at 702-727-1222. And again on that line, you're on the air. Hello.
I have not read the Turner Diaries either, but I do believe that there's a serious problem with the minorities in this country in terms that if you take away...
Sir, I read the two statements. Do you agree with those?
And those were?
Well, you weren't listening, so we'll just keep screening. This is why I screen for these. Because either people aren't listening or paying attention or something. I don't know what. Again, on that line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I agree with him.
You do?
Yes.
And you're willing to argue them on the air?
You betcha, Kimosabi.
All right. What is your first name?
Douglas.
Douglas. Okay. Douglas, you're on. Hold on just a second while I find somebody to debate you, all right?
Okay.
All right. That's Douglas, and he agrees with the statements made in the Turner Diaries. Now we're going to screen calls and find somebody who radically disagrees, and we will then have a debate. And let me see. Do you disagree with the Turner Diaries statement?
Yes, I do.
You do. Where are you?
I'm calling from California.
And what is it you disagree with?
I disagree with the racial aspect of it.
You do?
Yes, I do.
You don't think we ought to get rid of...
I don't think that they're the problem.
You don't, huh?
No.
All right. Let's find out why Douglas thinks they are. Douglas, you're on the air, and what is our other caller's name?
Curtis.
Curtis. It's Curtis and,
San Diego.
And Douglas. All right. Be my guest. The air is yours.
Okay. What is your problem with the racial aspect that we're talking about here from the
There's no need to be antagonistic. It's not my problem. And if you're trying to cast aspersions upon me, make this an ad hominem argument.
Okay, well he hasn't said anything to you yet.
No, what he said was, what is your problem?
Oh, I see.
So, I'll tell you, if you're asking what my thesis is, I'll tell you what it is. It's Darwin's theory. 100 years ago, not only Darwin, but nearly all of his prominent contemporaries agreed that there was a superior race, the white race. And there's scientific reasons, there's all kinds of theories. Myself, before I read this just recently, I thought there might be some reason. And it seems to me that there could be many reasons. But one of the reasons is that the people in Northern Europe had to be brighter to survive. By comparison, in Africa, where perhaps the weather doesn't change, I'm only talking about the paradigms here, one only needs to learn how to hunt to survive. In the winter you hunt, in the summer you hunt, in the spring you hunt, in the fall you hunt. By comparison, in Northern Europe, in the summer you hunt, in the winter you die, unless you're a little bit brighter than that. I think by long-term action of this sort of activity, the weak got weeded out. This is Darwin's theory, survival of the fittest. and I've studied the history of this country. There are some trends, and they are observable in the larger cities like Los Angeles.
Sir, it sounds like you have a psychological problem. Sounds like you have too much time on your hands.
This sounds like an ad hominem.
I don't see what the problem is.
You've got an ad hominem.
First of all, I'm from Generation X. I'm young. I'm only 27, and I don't see racism. I don't see color, and you're from a different generation than I am, obviously, and you're a product of the way you were raised. But however,
no, you're wrong.
You're an adult.
You're an adult
now,
theory in the last 2 years.
Make a decision. You're able to know from right from wrong.
All right, now wait a minute. One at a time, or we can't hear anybody.
I only developed this theory in the last 2 years.
Your
I'm telling
theory
you again,
doesn't make any sense.
Let's not make this an ad hominem argument. Don't attack me. I must be wrong.
I'm going to attack you
because
you have a psychological problem. What you're saying
you don't even know about my psychology. That's an ad hominem argument. Perhaps you don't know what that is.
You need to check yourself.
What?
You need to check yourself, okay? You heard me. I'm not stuttering. Am I stuttering? I think you have a psychological problem. First of all, I don't see racism in this country. I don't see why this country can't work together. I don't know why this country's taking 2 steps back.
I think the dominant words
based
are
upon racism.
All right, hold it. Let one at a time. Let him answer. You said you don't see why the races can't work together in this country. How do you answer that, sir?
They can work together in this country. That's not the issue. The issue wasn't can racists work together. The question is, should they be sent out to make this country better?
Well, who's going to make that decision? You ain't making that decision.
The question wasn't
the white race.
That wasn't the issue. Who should make the decision?
I think we're misinterpreting history here.
Art stated the issue quite clearly. Should they be moved out? I say yes, they should.
Should they be moved out? Well, you know what? You're not speaking any substance. First of all, that's not going to happen, so you might as well eliminate
that. That wasn't what Art asked.
Shall we move them out? We
that
don't have control over them.
No. He's really quite correct. That is the premise of the Turner Diaries, that blacks, Hispanics, and Jews be moved out of America.
I understand. I watched 60 Minutes.
Moreover, America's disintegrating because of race mixing.
I don't think that we should point the finger at ethnicity. I think everybody in this country is responsible for what happens in this country. We can't just point the finger at ethnicity. I don't understand why why the human race here can't work together homogeneously.
Well, let him answer that. Why can't they?
Because the white race is superior.
Yes, that's not true. You need to get over it.
No, why don't you read
You're misinterpreting history.
Why don't you read Darwin's theory? Why don't you look at scores on SAT tests?
Darwin doesn't dictate my ideas and values. He's not my father.
Why don't you look at the admissions tests for the University of California?
Why don't you take a look at the Asians, pal? If you want to get down to racism, Asians are supposedly superior and smarter than the white race. So why don't you explain that away?
That wasn't the issue.
Blah blah.
Art Bell didn't ask about Asians.
Asians is ethnic, isn't it?
No, he asked about Asians. That's a fair question. Answer it.
Art, your premise was, should blacks...
Answer the question.
Yeah, no, it is fair that he asked that question. I think it's a reasonable a place to go with this discussion. What about the
issue? You want to change the issue?
No, I think that it is a fair question.
Oh, but it's a change in the issue. If you say I'll change the issue, then we'll go on to a different issue.
No, fine. If you can't answer it, that's
fine. I can answer it. You want to change it?
Yeah, no.
Okay,
go ahead. Go ahead.
The Asians do score better. Yes, that's right.
They're also ethnic.
They're what?
You heard me. They're also ethnic.
Yes, that's right. And your point is?
First of all, I'm black, and they fall under the same category as blacks and Hispanics. I mean, Asian. Get over it.
I don't know what category that is. They're a different race.
What?
They're a different race.
Excuse me, we're all the same race. We're the human race.
No, we're not different. We're not all the same race. We're all the same species.
We're all the same species. We're just...
Yeah, that's right, but we're not all the same race.
Species, but we're just different races, but I don't see why we can't work together as a collective.
Nobody said we couldn't work together.
You have a psychological problem, sir.
You're repeating yourself.
I'm not repeating. You're not listening.
Yes, you've already said that about 4 times.
Well, why don't you commit it to memory? You're not answering my question. Why can't we work together? What's the difference? I think the difference is that you're a product of your environment. That's the way you were raised.
We could work together, but why?
First of all, you're an adult. You know from right from wrong.
What?
You heard me. You know from right from wrong. You're not better than me or anybody else. Your blood is red. You breathe air. How the hell are you better than anybody else?
Oh, I'm smarter than you.
You need to explain that to me. I think you're misinterpreting history from your ancestors, from your plantation owners. I think you just want to just make yourself feel as though you're wrong about you're all superior because your ancestors slaved the black race and blah 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 blah. You need to get over it, okay? You need to check yourself. You're not better. If the roles were reversed and the black race was here first and brought Caucasians here and slaved them, then I would probably have the kind of ugly attitude that you have now. You see,
You know, your arguments on this show demonstrate
Just answer the question.
Your inferiority right there. What is the question?
Why can't we work together collectively?
I've already answered that. You mistook the question. Nobody said we couldn't.
You didn't answer it.
Well, let's try another question. Why is it that you believe the white race is superior?
That's what I want to know.
Why is it I believe that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, first of all, the scores for university admissions are a good indicator. Now, if you say, why do I think whites are superior to Asians even though they get poorer test scores on the average?
Yeah, that's a good one. Why?
There's another problem besides intelligence. Genetic behavior comprises many factors, but the Asians tend to be genetically predisposed to herd instinct, which means they tend to be communist, which means they're not individualist. One of the things that made this country great is individualism. In fact, the primacy of the individual is what distinguishes our government from many other governments. That is, although most governments say what is best for the group is what we shall have, in this country we say, well, it's good to do what's best for the group, but we're not going to cut out the individual. That's what makes the white race genetically better than Asians who may score on the average higher on the SAT scores.
Yeah,
but I submit that they don't score on the average higher. What we see is that the higher scores are from Asians because they flood the market, and there's a bias because the brighter Asians come to this country, so it's a skewed distribution.
Caller?
I disagree with that. You said individually. I think we can appreciate everyone on the spectrum individually. Everyone has the capability of being intellectually superior, whatever you want to call it.
Not everyone can be superior.
All right, we have now in America, I believe, about 14% of black population, somewhere between 10 and 14%, I believe. What would you say should be done with these black people?
Well, now there's the rub. There is a problem that requires a solution that I can't come up with off the tip of my tongue. Given some time, if you ask me and to come back tomorrow night with a solution for that, I can give you a solution tomorrow night.
All right, fine. Then let's move on to the second one. Blacks and Hispanics and other races are intermarrying with whites. What would you do about that?
It's a difficult situation. When you have freedom, people have to be free to do what they want. Here's a way to handle that, though. The way to handle that is to correct a couple of the problems that our forefathers gave us. And actually, they didn't give us this problem. You know, they're brighter than we. You correct that by turning this into a meritocracy rather than a democracy. And that is, you allow people to vote by how intelligent they are. And that makes sense. Take somebody I don't know, somebody whose intelligence you admire, who's widely admired for their intelligence. Maybe they should get more votes than a person who is developmentally disabled or something.
Wait a minute. You're acting disabled. You didn't respond to my question. My question was, how do you stop the racial mixture that's going on?
That is the way you stop it. Because people will know that if they are not as bright, they won't be able to have as much say in the government. So they'll be disinclined to diminish their intelligence by marrying into an inferior race.
Inferior race. So you really believe that?
Yes.
All right. I think people that think the way this gentleman thinks are a very small percentage in this country. I think this man has too much time on his hands. I think you ought to open up your eyes and take a good look around you at God's green earth. You're missing out.
It was only when I opened up my eyes that I developed this theory. For most of my life, I didn't have this theory.
So what changed it?
Yeah, I'm curious too.
I came to the Los Angeles area and saw how basically governments are disproportionately staffed. If you go into the United States District Court, for example, in Los Angeles for the Central District, it's almost all black women. If you go into other courts in Los Angeles, You'll find they're disproportionately staffed by black women, sometimes other minority groups who seem to be in clusters. This is part of the group think. This is part of the herd instinct, and it's not healthy. You also find out that when you have bad policies in government, they're widely followed by these people who don't stand up and think for themselves. And I can give you one good example: car insurance. A lot of less intelligent people tend to be more inclined to buy the insurance if they can afford it, if they can barely afford it, and they are insurance poor for that reason. When actually poor people do not need car insurance, because if poor people get in a car wreck, all they have to do is do a bankruptcy, and they don't have to pay the judgment anyway. This simple truth is not understood. They think that they're smart to buy insurance. Is only smartly purchased by people who have assets they can lose by bankruptcy.
Yeah, but this poor person's theory that you're applying applies to all the races. There are whites that are poor, that live in a culturally dense area of Los Angeles. They can buy this insurance or whatever you're talking about and file Chapter 7 or bankruptcy. How do you explain that?
Well, you missed my point.
I don't think you ever threw your point.
Well, I'll tell it again because you missed it the first
No, you
time.
need not repeat it. I don't see how it necessarily applies to this, and if it does, then as the caller points out, there are poor white people, Hispanics, and blacks.
Well, you missed my point, and I'll tell you what it is because you obviously missed it. The point is that those policies that you have to buy insurance tend to become matters of law in areas where people don't even know the merit of a free market system. This is the group instinct that I'm talking about.
What does that have to do with race?
Because white people have less group instinct than Asians.
I see. All right. Well, thank you both very much, but that's enough of that, I guess. And that tells you the reasoning behind this kind of thinking. Actually, that does it too much of a favor. I think it exposes the lack of reasoning behind this kind of thinking. Absolutely remarkable.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 20th, 1996. Ear Networks presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 20th, 1996.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the program. I think I'm going to continue this. Let's see if we can find somebody else who can defend the premises forwarded in the Turner Diaries. Seeing that on 60 Minutes, and this William Pierce, this PhD, a physicist, a man who should be, and I presume is, very intelligent, say these things, blew my mind. Absolutely blew my mind. His premise is that we should get rid of the blacks, the Hispanics, Jews, get America back to where it used to be. Get back what we have lost, he says. That America is disintegrating because of race mixing. If you agree with that, then I definitely would like to hear from you. And I'm going to hold one line open for people who believe that exclusively. Tell you what, let's try it again. We've got a couple of gentlemen on here. Number one is a gentleman who believes the white race should rule. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, what is your first name?
Jim.
Jim, and where are you, Jim?
I'm in Michigan.
You're in Michigan. All right, Jim, I'm going to bring on somebody else now from the state of Texas, way down in Odessa, I believe. What is your first name?
I'm Paul.
Paul. All right, the subject is the Turner Diaries. Gentlemen, or at least the subject material in them, the air is yours.
Well, let me start out by saying that, first of all, I have to say that I believe in God, and I have to say that I think God loves all people, whether they're white or black, equally.
Uh-huh.
And what I'm talking about here is I would like to see a society where everyone has the best chance at, good health care, prosperity, housing, that kind of thing. And the way I believe that we get there is an exact opposite direction of where our country has been headed. I would like to go back to the days of literacy tests. I would like to see, basically, it would come down to almost what we had in this country when this country was started was only white male Christian property owners could vote, and I dare say that if we had that today, that blacks in this country would be 100 times better off.
Okay, can I interrupt you and ask you something? Oh, where are you from? Michigan?
Yes.
Okay, are you part Polish?
No.
Are you part Irish?
I'm European American.
European American.
Several mixtures.
So what gives you the right to say what should go on in my country?
Well, I don't understand your point.
You're a foreigner yourself. What are you talking about?
Okay, so are you a foreigner?
How to run our country when you're a foreigner?
Are you a foreigner?
Well, of course I am.
Well,
I don't understand.
I'm
not trying to tell people how to run the country either. I'm trying to say get along with everybody.
First of all, I want to say that
everybody. He did create everybody equal, okay? So here we are equal.
I agree with that. And I do not want to have a repeat of the conversation that we just heard, which was low IQ and antagonistic.
Right. No. The thing about it is a person, white, black, green, purple, or indifferent, if they think they're better than somebody else, then they're going to be treated worse. Simply. Okay? In my neighborhood, we have black people that say they're equal to white people, but yet they continuously single themselves out with the Black Entertainment Network and the Black Chamber of Commerce and the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and this and that and the other. But, that's my question, is why they continuously single themselves out. I look at everybody as equal. My brothers and my sisters. If my sister married a black man or a Hispanic man or something like that, hey, great,
Well, I'm not sure, but I believe that possibly Art is mistakenly misrepresenting the author of the Turner Diaries
No, I'm not.
opinions.
No, he's not.
No, I'm not.
Well, no, when you said get rid of them.
That's exactly
what he said.
That's what I said.
watched it.
Yeah, so did I.
Well, I taped it and watched it, more than once.
Then go watch it again, because in fact, that's what 60 Minutes said. Is this a representation of what you want and what you believe? And he said yes.
Yep.
Well, I don't agree with that.
Well, do you agree that there should not be a racial mixture, that the races should not mix?
Then I guess half of me should go back to Ireland, the other half should go back to Germany.
No, I believe in freedom. Also, I just think that I would like to go back to literacy tests and, the Pew Charitable Trust.
What you said at the beginning of this conversation was you believed whites should rule. Your words.
Yes, I believe that if whites were ruling, things would be better off for everyone.
That's right. White male property owners.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
White male Christian property owners.
That leaves me out.
I'm not embarrassed of saying that. I'm prepared to defend that.
Defend it.
Please.
Well, look, this is the white male Christians with their worldview gave us the Constitution, gave us a constitutional republic of limited government, low taxes, and individual rights.
Yes, but did they give it to white male Christians only?
No, they gave it to everyone, including slaves, including blacks, who 11 out of the 13 colonies originally wanted to get rid of slavery. It was only South Carolina and Georgia that wanted to keep it. And we fought a civil war over that, and a lot of white men shed their blood freeing the slaves. And I don't make any apology to black America for that. Plus, you got to keep in mind that most of white America came here far after the Civil War. We had huge immigration into this country between 1870 and 1930, 1940. Huge waves of immigration from Europe. Most people weren't even, their ancestors isn't even in America during the time of slavery. There's no apology whatsoever. I don't believe in reparations. I don't believe in affirmative action. I don't believe in any of that garbage. And I believe that blacks would be better off if we had a government such as our founding fathers created.
Michigan?
Yes.
What if say the Pueblo or the Cheyenne or the Indian nation got together and said, okay, everybody that's not a Native American, go back to where you came from?
Well, then they'd have to go back to where they came from,
They came from here.
No. They came across the Alaska. They're basically from the Orient.
Oh, really?
Originally, yeah.
Well, and I guess Chris had a whole bunch of surprises when he landed here because, the way I understand it is the Indians, the Native Americans, populated the land, and they landed at Plymouth Rock, and they said, move over, and ended up over on Alcatraz.
Well, look, you only have two choices. I mean, either you believe in creation or you believe in evolution. And
all right. Well, now that's a whole other ballgame.
It sure is.
Show.
Yeah,
We're
it sure is.
The difference between blacks and whites.
Let me stop you both. Let me stop you both for a second and ask this. You said you believe whites should rule, correct?
Yes.
All right. You also said there should be an intelligence test to vote.
Correct.
Okay. Suppose black scored or Hispanic scored very high on the intelligence tests. Should they be allowed to be part of the, quote, ruling class?
Absolutely. Even blacks. As I said, I mean, Art, I'm a conservative Christian right-winger. I am not, in agreement with, these racists, like these identity Christians.
Well, then you misrepresented yourself when you said you agreed with the Turner Diaries.
No, I said I believe the country would be better off if whites were ruling. And I said that I thought that's what the author of Turner Diaries was advocating. I didn't think he was advocating,
Then obviously you missed the program then.
Excuse me, would you step aside? Would you take the same test that this black man is given, and if he scored higher than you, would you step aside and get on the boat and leave?
Well, I would absolutely let him vote and me not vote if I failed the test.
All right. Well, in that case, then you misrepresented yourself, sir, when you came on the program. I'm going to do it again until we get it right here. Is there anybody out there that agrees with the statements in the Turner Diaries? That's what we're after. And believe me, when I give you these quotes, I am giving you an accurate representation of what was said on that program. Believe me. Hello there, you're on the air.
I'm not going to talk about what that man wanted to talk about. I ask you to ask any of your people one question. They keep arguing black. They keep arguing Christian. What group are they going to put the Jewish people in?
I don't know. Thank you for the call. Look, that line now is for one thing only. I hope you all are listening. It's for one thing only. Somebody out there who agrees with the Turner Diaries and wants to argue that. And whatever logic can be mustered behind it. That's what that line is for. If that's you, call it. 702-727-1222. If it's not, don't. On that line, you're on the air.
Yeah, I wanted to argue the point about the Turner Diaries.
You agree?
Yes, I do.
You agree that blacks should leave America?
That's right.
All right. What is your first name?
Dale.
And where are you, Dale, just out of curiosity?
Cottage Grove, Oregon.
All right. Stand by. I'm going to put you on hold, all right?
All right.
All right. There's Dale, who obviously agrees with the Turner Diaries. Let's get someone now who does not. If that is you, call now. All right, here we go again. This is Dale, somewhere up in Oregon, right, Dale?
Yeah.
All right, and your debate partner is going to be Shirley. And Shirley, where are you?
I'm in Oregon also.
Okay, two Oregon callers. You heard what Dale believes. The air belongs to the two of you. Subject matter in the Turner Diaries.
Go ahead, Dale.
Okay. Basically, I look at it this way: my forefathers, the white man came over from Europe, and they started everything that based this country, and they started the government and everything else. They got everything rolling in motion. The blacks were brought over here as slaves and to work on the plantations and the farms and such. And so as the Asians or the Spanish or whatever you want to call them. Basically, it comes down to the point that the white kept in control all the way up until the point of where the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, and which released the blacks and gave them their freedom. Well, at that point, everybody seemed to start being more relaxed on the idea of blacks being free or Asians being free or Hispanics being more free into the community and into the people. But there was still racism, and it comes all the way up until today. My point, basically, and my whole belief on that is, if it weren't for them, everybody being more relaxed towards the freedom of all the different races and stuff, the United States would be more in control. I believe that they should all be put back. That's what makes Africans from Africa and Asians from Asia and so on and so forth. It was the white males who got the guts to come over here.
In other words, everybody black or Asian or whatever ought to be sent home, right?
That's right.
Okay, I hear you. And where would you go home to?
Well, my forefathers came over to this country from England.
And mine came from England and Ireland and Scotland and Wales and France and et cetera.
Right.
But one of us met the boat. One of us met the boat when it came over here. So I belong here more than you belong here. My point is that it has been probably the white race that has gone so far with technology that we have made the smokestacks, we have made the atomic bomb, we have polluted the rivers, the streams, the oceans, and after our alabaster selves have outsmarted ourselves out of existence, it won't be particularly the white man. It will be the wily, the wise, and the tough who survive after the white man and his technology has ruined the world.
No, where the point lies is our forefathers brought the blacks over here as slaves and the Asians and so forth. Well, once they started getting more freedom and everything started becoming a little more lax, as them being in the community and them being in the surrounding and getting more opening,
I heard you say that before.
Right. What happened was it created a population mass, and with that much opening of freedom for different cultures, everything started getting swamped here, and that's where it started coming more abundant. People started rushing in over here because there was more openness, there was more freedom as far as the government. Everything was more lax.
That was wrong?
Yes, that was really wrong.
The freedom was wrong. My
grandfathers and my great-grandfathers came over here and busted their rear to create all this just so that they can let it lax so everybody else can help take it over? No, I don't think so.
That mine came over for freedom. Mine stayed in Holland for a while and learned some mighty truths from Holland. We didn't learn everything from the English. And came over here and busted their butts, as you say, to make freedom, to believe in our Constitution, to believe that men are created equal. And you don't believe that people are created equal then.
That's right.
And so I just think you have a basic
where my understanding lies is they might be created equal in a sense that they're created equal in their country. My great-grandfathers and everybody created this one. And I don't see where it's right for everybody to come over here and take the advantage of their creation and run with it. Why can't they do that in their own countries?
Because this is their country. They were born here. Many people of other races were born here. And what about you? What about my ancestor who met the boat? This was her country.
Okay. So.
But she isn't white.
Well, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not sorry. I'm just tremendously proud.
Okay. Well, I mean, more power to you. That's about all I can say.
Well, that
you know,
we have a basic
as far as the interracial mixing and everything else, you know, if there's any interracial mixing, you know, send them too. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, that is just not right. That's what separates different cultures. That's what makes English English. That's what makes Africans Africans and Asians Asians and so on and so forth.
So let me get this straight. Anybody who is interracially mixed also ought to go.
Yeah.
And you don't feel that that gives us some strength, some new blood?
No, not at all. Because that's what's supposed to make us different in the beginning. There's no reason to mix it all together.
Are you afraid of the mixing?
I don't see it as afraid. I see it as I don't want nothing to do with it.
Well, you don't have to.
To me, it makes me sick. You know,
well,
I can't see the comprehension of it.
You have a virus. I feel sorry for you. You said that I do. I truly do.
No,
I think you're missing the big picture.
Listen, you two. I've got a news break coming up.
Okay, I'm through.
I think we are,
okay.
and so I thank you both.
Thanks.
And I rather think that perhaps we all have a virus. And as you all know, not one virus has yet been cured. We'll be back.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. Presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 20th, 1996.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell. Have you had an earful? Anyway, good morning. Whatever's on your mind is fair game. I'm getting a lot of faxes on that website. Art, I've just spent the last 2 hours wandering the Info mission page. All I can say is, wow. I really hope it is the genuine article, but I think it'd be very difficult to keep such a mission like this hush-hush, as it seems to have been. It does sound quite sci-fi. It'd be fantastic to actually make contact with an alien race. Couldn't help but think of the original War of the Worlds broadcast the whole time I was reading. I would like to know your opinion, Art. What do you think of it? Do you think it's real? Really? Bruce in Denver. Bruce, I have serious doubts. All I know is, when I ran into it, I was shocked. The slickness of it, the obvious size of it, the money that had to go behind it, all of it hit me, and I felt that that's why we put in the link. I wanted the audience to take a look at it. For all I know, it's some kind of some kind of promo for a movie or something. But what if it's real? So what do I really think? I don't know. It was so slickly done that I just wanted you guys to take a look at it. And so far, what everybody who's looking is saying is holy smokes and wow and things like that. So you take a look and let me know. There's a link from my page. You go to my web page. It's EON-4, EON-4, and it is the damnedest thing you've ever seen. You can get to it from my web page. Go to www.artbell.com, and from there you'll see a link. Jump over, take a look. It, I guarantee, will blow your mind. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Yeah, the guy that was bringing up the subject about the Indians and how we pushed them around was a long overdue subject. It was kind of ironic how everything pretty well originated from Europe. At one time, Alaska and Russia was connected.
Mm-hmm.
Being that we are all supposed to be one, we have I guess what I want to say is this country is pretty well composed of an example of what the world is like. It's a very warlike species we are. We've come a long ways since the barbaric times when the Vikings and the Danes were plundering and
well, you couldn't tell it by the last 2 hours.
Well, it typifies the human nature. What I mean by we've become more civilized, we have football games and the like instead of gladiators. If we survive long enough to get a little bit better, we'd better be real nice to the aliens when they land and not ask them for their green card or shoot at them because their technology is going to be so much more superior than ours.
All right, sir. Well, I guarantee we will shoot at them. I absolutely guarantee. If a saucer came down, we would shoot at them. How much do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet? We would fill them so full of lead, they couldn't get back to their spaceship. They'd be weighed down in lead. This story just in from L.A. A 14-year-old girl faces attempted murder charges for allegedly putting, get this, rubbing alcohol in her 9-month-old brother's formula. Los Angeles police arrested the girl Friday evening at the family's residence, and I won't give the street, in Los Angeles. The baby vomited the tainted formula, was taken to Martin Luther King Jr., Drew Medical Center, where he was in stable condition on Saturday. The teenager had been asked to prepare the baby's formula by the mom, who then unwittingly fed the toxic mixture to the baby. Police said they don't know why the girl, who is in custody right now at a juvenile detention center, might have done such a thing. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Would have been. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm not for, this is Mike from, Glendale.
Yes, Mike.
On 790.
KABC.
How are you doing?
Fine.
I was gonna say, I'm not for, stringing up, non-whites with a rope, and I think that, that guy needs to seek psychiatric attention. But, I'm not for denying the color of my skin either. And it's interesting that everybody who talked against, discussing, I see,
nobody is asking you to be in denial.
Well, I think
that I know of.
I heard everybody talk, and it was like, I look at all the other ethnic groups in America, and they talk about themselves, Cinco de Mayo or Martin Luther King Day. It's like, the black people in America, they are a people. The Mexican Americans, they are a people. Their own culture. I don't see anybody in the white community saying, we are a people. We have, and we have to recognize that, we are a people in this country, whether we like it or not, and just trying to just pass it off as an individual thing, like, well, I'm just a white individual. I've got nothing to do with anybody else except for on an individual basis, while every other culture runs around saying, we are a people. I think that's insane, and I think that's what's bringing this country down, and it's not being against anybody, in my view.
All right, well, look, there is nothing wrong with being proud of your race. Nothing wrong with it. I'm very happy being a white person. I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is the hatred in this country right now. There's more of it, not less. That's what the last couple of hours showed. And sadly, I could have gone on and on and on. Believe me, I could have gone on. There's so much hatred. There's more, not less. We are supposed to be advancing and raising our consciousness in this country. I see, I'm sorry, evidence that it's going the other way. What I call the quickening. And if the last 2 hours didn't prove it, I don't know what will. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello?
Hello.
You're on the air.
I'm on the air.
On the air. Isn't that what you wanted?
Yes.
Good. Then you have succeeded. You're on the air.
Oh my goodness. Okay. My name is Beverly.
Hi, Beverly.
Hi. I'm in Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay.
KBEQ. No,
KCMO.
KCMO.
Attitude.
With an attitude,
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that's kind of like what I've got, with, I guess it would be just blacks. Not Jews or not Hispanics.
No, you've got an attitude just about blacks?
Yeah, because
what is your attitude, dear?
Well, I sort of tried to deny it for a while, but I've been robbed several times and at gunpoint and beaten over the head with a gun and my money taken, and I had to have metal staples put in my head to close the wounds. My parents have been robbed and, their house cleaned out several times, and they were black, and I kind of have this problem that maybe, in most prisons, they're sort of pretty much full.
A disproportionate number of blacks?
I think so. That's what I've heard. I don't know if that's exactly true.
What would your solution be?
I don't know that I have one, really. No. I mean, I'm sort of,
Well, I don't think that's the kind of attitude KCMO's talking about.
I don't think that people should be strung up, though.
You don't?
Or put out of the country, but I think there's a definite problem.
Well, there's a problem, certainly with crime, yes. There's no question about it. But again, so that we don't mix this up, I don't think that was the kind of attitude KCMO meant. They meant talk with attitude. Well, we'll just keep moving. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Good morning.
Hi, Art. I'm just calling to see what your fax number is.
My fax number?
Yeah.
Area code 702 727 8499.
8499.
8499. And there is a 3-page limit.
Yeah, I know. Okay, thanks.
All right.
Love your show.
Thank you. You're welcome. See you later. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Well, Art, I've been listening, and I am shaking my head.
Yeah, you should be.
Yeah, this is Mike in Blair, Nebraska.
Yes, Mike.
Not only is the hate scary, it's hate that calls itself true Christian.
Yeah.
That is really scary.
I know. And there's more of it. There's more of it arguably today than there was 5 years ago.
Well, I think so. And I'll tell you, this guy, like the guy you had on debating several people, calling himself the true Christian.
Oh, yes.
I don't see how he doesn't get the Christ message of unconditional love. Unconditional, meaning no condition of what religion you are.
No, I think his conditional love is that he would love to have people go somewhere else.
Yeah, well, and to suggest hanging people.
Oh, yes.
Even his white brethren, because they sympathize with
that's
somebody.
Right, the day of the rope, it was called.
Yes, and Christ would never align with any kind of thinking like that. And it's an insult to the people who are Christians that this guy comes on and calls himself a true Christian. I think it's just really, really scariest thing out there.
Everybody says they're a true Christian. I mean, how many people come on the air and say, well, I'm a Christian, but I'm not a real one?
Yeah, that's right. You're right. Yeah. And
everybody's a constitutionalist.
Well, and I tell you, I've had a lot of spiritual growth myself in recent years. 4 years ago, my 16-year-old son was killed in an accident.
I'm sorry.
And from that, though, I have gained so much knowledge of the other side, the spirit world, and what true unconditional love is. And I think Brad Steiger was talking how there is more good in the world, which welcomes more evil and more hate. And I think as there's more love in the world, there's also more hatred in the world.
I believe there is. Thank you, my friend. Take care. The amount of hatred in the world gives me sorrow. That's all I can say. I'm sad about it. I wouldn't even say I'm angry about it. The proper emotion is sadness. I'm just sad about it. Now, maybe on a different day I'll feel a little better. I don't know. But listening to this just makes me sad. Doesn't even make me angry. It just makes me very, very sad because I know we're going. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, this is Leonard. I'm calling from Anchorage.
Hello, Leonard.
How you doing?
All right.
Good. I'd just like to comment on the subject that's been kind of kicked around here the last couple hours.
Sure.
With this Turner Diary thing and whatnot. Mm-hmm. I'm a black American, and I'd just like to kind of bring another angle to this discussion because a lot's been said, but there's a lot that really hadn't been said.
Oh, there's a lot that hadn't been said. You're right. You know what I would like to do? I'd like to find another one of these guys and let you debate them. Would you like to do that?
Well,
I'd be pleased to do that.
Would you?
Absolutely.
All right, good. It's our nickel. Hold on. I'll put you on hold. All right. Let's do it again. This is what spontaneous radio, I think, is all about. Let's have ourselves another skinhead. Do we have another skinhead out there? Let me open the line for that. Area code 702-727-1222. Let's have ourselves another white supremacist, shall we? Area code 702-727-1222. And if we can get somebody else who feels that way, we'll do yet one more debate. Have you seen the new $100 bills? Ugly. Very ugly. But unfortunately, that's not the main problem with them. Looks as though we've got one for domestic consumption and one for international consumption. Now, why do you suppose they might do that? Oh, there's a good reason. If you do the numbers and you look at the debt, even with the deficit ostensibly cut in half, as the president would brag, we continue to mount more debt all the time. A lot of Americans don't know that. They think, why, the president's really turned it around. Yeah, the debt's still going up, and it is gigantic. The interest on the debt will soon consume all the money that we have, that we might use for anything else. Imagine that. Then what? What are we going to do? Well, a lot of people believe there's going to be a devaluation. You want to know the rest of the story about the currency change? We will send it to you for free, without obligation. Call 1-800-877-9799. That's 1-800-877-9799, North American Trading. Now, let's do a little searching on the telephone here and see what we can find. Good morning, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, are you a white supremacist?
I am.
Turn your radio off, please.
Okay.
Give us your first name.
Rick.
Rick, and roughly where are you, Rick?
Los Angeles.
L.A. All right, here is, and I'm sorry, sir, I forgot your first name.
Leonard.
Leonard, up in Alaska.
Right.
Alaska and L.A. You're both on the air.
Yes. Yeah, Rick, what is it that you believe that makes white people so much that, you know, you should run everything and that no other people should be involved in the workings of this world?
I believe that everybody is different. We have our different ethical backgrounds, and I don't believe that you're supposed to hate somebody because they're white. And you know that's how it is in this country.
Well, if I understand correctly, you hate people because they're black. I mean, if you're a white supremacist.
I see there is a difference between us.
But is not difference, I mean, difference is what makes this world as beautiful as it is. If everything was one color, then, you know, we'd all be blind.
I would have no problem with them if we were all equal.
No, I'm talking about being blind and all things being one color.
No, it can't be that way.
Well, it can't be that way. I mean, because it takes all kinds to make this world what it is. I mean, if you look at World War II and what happened with the Allied effort, I mean, there were people down in Solomon Islands, down in Australia, the Aborigines. I mean, you had people all over, I mean, and doing different things to try and make this place livable for all people, not just one people.
Why do you want to insist on mashing us together?
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I've got a break coming up, and I'll hold both of you over. Can you both stay?
Yeah, sure.
Is that a yes?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, good. Both of you stay right there, and we'll be right back. This should be interesting. Boy, it's some country we've got on our hands today, isn't it?
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. Now, we take you back to the past on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
Now, here's a little love letter from the other side. Senor Bell, it says. Now you know what us minorities have been complaining about for more than 10,000 years. We have taken white men's jobs, their women, and even part of their country, but they won't change their hateful ways. PSAs don't seem to help either. They're closed-minded and intolerant, and it can't be tolerated. After hearing this show tonight, seems like total extermination of the white race is the only solution for racism, bigotry, and anti-Semitism. Do you see any other way? The Jews have the right idea. Are we ready to fire up the ovens? Buenos dias. Pedro. From Alaska and L.A., you're back on the air again.
Yeah, you started to make a statement there. I'd like for you to go ahead and make your point. Hello?
Are you there, caller? Oh, you know what? I think he took off. He took off. So why don't you go ahead and say what you want to say?
You know, what makes America great is we got the best of all that this world has to offer. We got the best from every country, you know, in creation. And that's what makes America great. And, you know, for folks to have this self-righteous idea that, you know, it's all because of them and because of something that their father or grandfather might have done, that, you know, that's what's made America. No, I mean, Pocahontas, when she showed love for John Ross and all of the other people that she helped, I mean, she was an Indian. She was different. And, you know, when we work together, when America comes together, I mean, there's nothing on this planet that's better.
Yeah, but the last good example of that was World War II, and arguably it's been getting worse, not better, and I puzzle at that.
Well, you know, there are people out there that make big bucks when they find people that just choose to follow for no good reason, you know, and send their money and devote their time for no good reason. I mean, you know, it's money. It's money.
Maybe it's money, I don't know. It's hatred, and it's building, and maybe it is money. Maybe it seems like money's at the bottom of most stuff, but
it sells art. And if you look at the bottom line, it's all about money. And if folks would take time to really try and add direction to what they do with their time, their effort, and their enthusiasm, they would realize, you know, that, you know, this kind of a thing, I mean, that's no way to spend time. I mean, because it's something it's not infinite. I mean, we don't have all the time in the world, but when you're young, like the young fellow that called in earlier from Oregon, I mean, he thinks and believes that, you know, he's right, but when he sees the blood and guts that will have to be spilled as a result of that philosophy that he's espousing,
I know,
he'll change his mind. He'll have a different idea, but it'll be too late.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. By then, it's going to be too late. Thank you very much for the call, sir. Way too late. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, you are.
Hello.
Joe.
Yes.
Joe.
Yes, Joe.
Louis.
Yes.
Yes. I hope that wasn't a wasted 2 hours. Somebody got something out of that 2 hours of debate.
Oh, I got a lot out of it.
Yeah. I'm black too, and I had to turn some of it off. I had to walk away. It just seems that this country is heading towards.
I know.
Well, it's heading towards a disaster.
I know, and it's picking up, speeding up, along with everything else that seems to be going wrong. This hatred is building. There are more devotees, more followers, more people who, if they don't have their heads shaved, they ought to have.
Yeah, if you don't believe in the right God, you're dead. If you don't have the right color, you're dead.
Yeah, that's it.
And,
that's it. And if it doesn't change, we're all dead.
That's true. Okay.
Thanks for the call.
All right.
Take care. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Yeah, hello, Art.
Hello.
Well, I'm discouraged. That's for sure. I'm Claude from Aberdeen, Washington.
Yes, sir.
Well, I got a lot of Indian blood in me. And there's the guy you had on earlier, I think his name was Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
And, he had mentioned the name of Yahweh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I worship that name, and it's been, how can I say it, linked to white supremacist groups, and it's discouraging because we have an assembly, and outside of our assembly we have, the name of Yahweh on it, and we were getting eggs and all this stuff at us, and we're not racist. We love every race. That's just, I guess, disheartening. And for those out there that, those skinheads, I believe biblically, salvation is of the Jews, and a Jew is not one of the flesh, but one of the heart. And there'll be people from every nation, all tongues, and all kindreds that make the kingdom. And Yeshua, or Jesus, he was a Jew.
All right, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Well, I suppose when it all comes down, it'll all run red in the same puddle. I wonder if that'll mean anything to anybody. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello. My name is Adrian. I'm in Oklahoma.
Okay, Adrian.
And I was just calling because I was just surprised at some of the ignorance that I've heard this evening.
You're surprised?
I'm surprised. I'm amazed.
Just didn't think it was out there, huh?
Well, a young lady from Kansas or Missouri somewhere, she said...
Kansas City.
Yeah, she had been robbed and by blacks, and I think she was concerned that the penitentiaries were full of a disproportionate amount of black people.
Mm-hmm.
There was someone from Oregon that thought that black people didn't want an education, or was it from Fort Worth?
Right, I remember the calls.
Yeah, right, and it's like they don't understand the economics and the fundamental things about education. You know, if white society runs America, then and it's supposed to be a free country, I would think that it would be their responsibility to make sure that everyone got an equitable education. But as we know, that's not true. We have schools in America that don't have adequate light, water, toilet system. We have children going to school that can't even use the bathroom. We have black Americans that can't get a job. They can't work. They are desperate people. I think that some of those people need to understand that.
All right, thank you. I think in America today there are a lot of desperate people. Desperate about many things. Increasingly desperate. Increasingly short of temper. Increasingly uncivilized. In other words, what I call the quickening. It's all around us, isn't it? Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Artist Elizabeth.
Well, hello.
You know, I was thinking they won't have to bother with the gas ovens because the ozone hole, which was created by superior white technology, will be getting all of it. You know, white skin, a gift of God. I want to dedicate this thought to Jeff, the skinhead. All skin color on the planet is the result of two diseases. Are you aware of that, Art?
Two diseases.
Rickets, caused by vitamin D deficiency, if you have dark skin and you get too far north. And melanoma, if you're too far south and your skin is too light. And it takes only 2,000 years to change skin color. Skin color genes are the fastest moving genes in our DNA. And all skin color is a result of solar radiation and 2 diseases. I'm telling you the truth. Look it up.
I'm aware of it.
Also, I mean,
doesn't seem to make any difference. It's not regarded that way by those who have managed to learn to hate on that basis.
well, it's so ridiculous, isn't it? And the other ridiculous thing is this Yahweh, Jahweh. I'm reading from the dictionary here. Yahweh, anyway, there's about 8 ways to pronounce it. You know, they despise the Jews, but they not only worship a religion that was written or compiled at least by the Hebrews, but the word Yahweh is a made-up name. It's not even in the Bible. It was invented by Masoretic Jews, and then
if we spent 1/10 the time trying to be productive, for example, going to space or going to some other galaxy or traveling faster than light, we'd already be in saucers. We would be the aliens if we spent 1/10 the time doing that as we do hating.
You're absolutely right, and I've got one final thought. What is the opposite of the quickening, Art?
A time machine to go back to 1955.
The opposite of the quickening is community.
Yeah.
The opposite of the quickening, and I'm absolutely serious about this is my college major. The opposite of the quickening, you know, this apocalyptic rocket ride to Armageddon, the opposite of the quickening is community.
Elizabeth, have you been reinstated or are you still banned in Portland?
Well, I'm still banned, but one last note, you know, the left-wing brother,
Yes.
he did something quite remarkable. He's a local hero, and he not only defended me with a speech on his show and a letter to his brother, the right-wing brother, but he and the right-wingers put together this committee. Do you know about the committee to vote down Initiative 24?
I've heard of it, yes.
He made a coalition of the right wing and the left wing, and it's called something like the committee to vote down silly politicians who just want to grab our power committee or something like that. It's really funny. But I mean, he did something quite remarkable.
Well, maybe you'll get reinstated if you keep saying nice things. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Well, let me get my radio.
Yes, please.
I'm just listening to Elizabeth's dribble there.
Yes.
It goes to show what anybody can do when they open up a book. Anyway, what's the deal, Art, with the I didn't catch all of your show, and you're talking about something and you have a link to your link on your page going to something about UFOs now. What was that about? I missed it.
Look, all right, just go take a look at it. Go to my webpage, go to Eon 4.
Okay, I did have another comment.
It's a link up at the top of the page. You can't miss it.
And you said Eon?
Eon 4, yeah.
Eon 4. I did have another comment.
All right.
I was listening to your show, and I love how everybody dabbles around the point of the Bible having nothing to do with UFOs. Have you seen I'm sure you've seen the...
We haven't been talking about UFOs at all.
What's that?
I said we have not been talking about UFOs at all.
Oh, no, I understand that. I was talking about the other day.
I see.
This is the first time I've been able to get through.
I see.
But I just love how everybody dabbles around it. You've seen the alien autopsy, the uncut version?
Many times. And
I would definitely agree that with one of your, I don't know who it was that you had on, but they were saying that there's 2 possibilities with it, that it's either a fake or it's real, of course. And
why don't we call it the alien autopsy, the director's cut?
Yeah, I saw the director's cut, yeah.
All right, thank you. Alien autopsy, the director's cut. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
When we face God on Judgment Day, we will be judged on our sins, not our skin color. And I believe that whites will be judged
yeah, but a lot of our
more severely by God.
All right. Well, I don't. See, that's judgment based on skin color, lady. Whites will be judged more harshly, huh? One sentence out of her mouth, nobody's going to be judged on skin color, and then the next sentence is, whites are going to be judged more harshly. This lady is out of the left-hand world somewhere. First time, do the wild thing. It's 702-727-1295. Don't give me you're not allowed to use last names on the air. That's number 1.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
So what is your first name?
My first name is Wesley.
All right.
And half black, half Puerto Rican. So I can take it from a Hispanic side and a black side. I've been listening to your show for a few months.
All right.
I get I'm not really too surprised about the attitude that everybody has because I run into it a lot. And it just shows, because to me it just shows that a lot of people are ignorant and they just haven't picked up a book to really educate themselves. To say that one race owns the country and everybody else, we all come from different areas. And we all deserve to be here. That's what makes America, the great country it is. And to me, economics has a lot to do with the situation. It seems like when people run out of work or the jobs are hard to find, they tend to blame other races for the problems that they have.
Oh, we're good in America. We blame everybody else for everything.
Yeah, and I just wanted to express my opinion as far as that's concerned. It's like, I don't know what to say about it other than the fact that I can tell right off the bat when people espouse all that hate that they're really ignorant or they're really fearful, because eventually all of us are going to assimilate if we're going to survive. And to me, when you mix up all the races, they come out to be real beautiful people. Not to say that other races that, like whites or Chinese or whatever, are not pretty people on their own, but my experience is like if you mix races together, they come out to be real beautiful children and stuff like that. They
generally do. That's true.
And the last thing I like to say is, as far as the hate's concerned, I know it's taught. And the only thing I can say is that you just look at the playground where the kids are playing at,
yes,
and you can tell exactly that, we're not born with the hate. The hate is taught and passed down through the parents.
Boy, it must start early. Thank you very much. It must start early. Because there's a lot of it out there, and it just puzzles me and saddens me knowing that there is more of it now. Not less, more. For a lot of years, I thought it was getting better. Arguably, for a little while it was, I guess. But bubbling underneath, and increasingly so in the last few years, there's more and more and more and more hate. Racial, religious, economic, all the areas that are quickening. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Arbel.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. Goodbye. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Is this Art Bell?
Good guess.
Oh, thank you so much.
I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
You gotta get into that phone and scream at me.
Okay, hello?
That's better. Go ahead.
Okay. I believe that this all took place about 40 years ago.
What did?
The dumbing down of America,
the
intolerance, the fanatic liberal agenda, and we have absolutely no civility left.
Very little.
Our moral standards are below gutter level. You can go on, and that's what's happened. There's total ignorance, which then definitely you cannot tolerate through ignorance.
All right. Well, I appreciate your call. I don't disagree with you. I don't know about the timeline. I just know that in the last few years, and I mean very few, 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5, the situation has been worsening, the tolerance lessening. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm a native of this area back here east of the Mississippi.
Yes, sir.
I'm Bob from Tuscaloosa.
All right, Bob.
Art, we are in darkness, but everything will be all right because God did not lose his way. Now, we're lost. It's darkness. There's confusion. But everything will be all right because we are all on this planet together, but everything's okay. But it's okay as far as God's concerned and as far as we'll be concerned out here in the future as we wake up.
All right, sir. Well, I hope you're right about the way it's going to be. I sincerely hope so. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with probably only enough time to get the honors. Where are you calling from?
This is Matt calling from Farmington, New Mexico.
Farmington, New Mexico.
Yes, sir. Listening to you on 1390 KEAM.
All right. Well, listen, I'd like to give you more time, sir, but the program is ending, and Do you know how to do the honors?
Yes, sir, I sure do.
Well, then, lay it on us.
From the High Plains Desert of the Great American Southwest, good night, America.
Oh, well done. Farmington, New Mexico, huh? And from the high desert in the Great American Southwest, I'm Art Bell. Something to think about tonight. Good night, America.